one. Alrighty. So, my next trip is in May, guys. So that's probably when the next round of Ashes of Creation shit will drop, because that seems to be the story of my life. Whenever I'm on vacation at Disney, Ashes of Creation stuff happens. So I am very, very, very ill prepared today. I did take a look at the lawsuit that Steven filed, and I'm actually really, really shocked. I'm going to look at that first this morning, but I am really, really, really shocked at this this lawsuit filing. Yeah, the servers are still up because, to my knowledge, there's nobody currently employed at Intrepid Studios to shut the servers down, because apparently there's a lot of bullshittery going on. Let's just call it that, where Steven hasn't turned over the contact information, where like Robert Dawson has alleged that Steven is refusing to turn over like the password book, like the IT book, the control book. This is one thing that any chance at all the game gets made, there's a chance the game gets made, but not the game that you were expecting, because these investors, these weren't video game people. These people are not exactly the greatest the greatest individuals ever, like on the face of the planet. While I was on vacation, I saw a lot of, like, how shall I say, a lot of people talking about how great it is that Jason Karamanis started speaking. And it's how feature complete, less than 10%. Less than, the game was less than 10% complete. Where the really big problem comes in is that everybody right off the bat, because Jason Karamanis came out and started talking, I watched roughly, and I was not paying a lot of attention while I was down at Disney. When I'm down at Disney with my daughter, I don't give a shit. I like pop into my Discord periodically when I'm on a bus or something. Jason Karamanis is the trustee for the Yaya Legacy Trust. So what that means is, oh yes, kick support. Yes, I got it. I deeply apologize. I need to figure out, I need to set a step to do this. Can we, like, why does this setting not stay toggled? Hold on one second. I'm getting yelled at by Kick, and it's my fault. So you can't if you multi-stream on Kick, you have to toggle that you're multi-streaming. And unfortunately, it doesn't, it's a terrible system because it doesn't stick you as multi-streaming. It's like an oversight they need to fix. Anyway, where's my timeline? So I'm going to look at the Steven Sharif lawsuit because somebody sent that to me this morning. But what was a really, really, really awkward thing was that Robert Dawson created TFE Game Holdings in late December and then transferred all of his lien documents, all of his liens to that company. I don't have a copy with me because I got home last night, went to bed, got up, I had back-to-back meetings this morning. If anybody has a copy of the Robert Dawson lawsuit, I'll go over that as well. I'm actually confused as to why Robert Dawson's lawsuit. I was told it was filed in Nevada. And I don't understand why it would be filed in Nevada, because Intrepid Studios is a you've got it? Yeah, if you send me that, I'll look at that as well. But I'm really confused here. And what I'm confused about is why you filed in Nevada just because Steven Sharif has another company in Nevada. I also don't think that the powers that be understand what documents have already been leaked out of Intrepid Studios. But if you've not seen this already, this is one of those really weird... This is where we get into like the really, really weird lawsuits. Because you have Steven Sharif as an individual, derivatively on behalf of Intrepid Studios, versus Robert Dawson, Ryan Ogden, Teresa Fett, Aaron Bartels, and TFE Game Holdings defendants and Intrepid Studios. So Steven lost control of his company. Now, I've been fed a bunch of documents and I tried to read them as I went. I have not seen a single piece of data that says Steven Sharif ever paid in $1 into his own company. Okay, so let me grab this real quick. Okay, so we're gonna look at this one first. Now, guys, you've probably seen, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but it starts with an N. He's a really great creator. Really amazing. He's been doing amazing work. I believe Jason reached out to him. What I will say is Jason has a business history that should make everybody nervous. Like, I'm not trying to shit on Ashes of Creation right now because everybody else is, but I don't think people should be saying, yeah, him. He's been doing amazing work. He's been doing amazing work. A lot of people are reaching out to him. The problem is Jason Karamanis and the Yaya Legacy Trust has its own history of, and I want to be careful what I say here. There is nothing wrong with being in the business of making money. Okay, I'm not shitting on anybody that's in the business of making money. But I think everybody has to be really careful, because I saw this big bow wave of support, like Jason got screwed. You brought somebody's mom into it. Like, why the hell would you, yeah, Steven's lawyer made a positive claim that he invested some money pre-Kickstarter. But, yeah, Steven's mom brought in Jason. But what's not cool, right? Where is it? There's a way to go about presenting your information, right? But this is not something that you should put out there in the discussion point. This is like, this shows me, like, and again, guys, I haven't seen any of my peers and their content. I'm just looking at all of this. I literally got off the plane last night at 8 o'clock, got here, got kidnapped by a bus driver for about 30 minutes. That was fun and exciting. I'm pissed at you for introducing me to your son. Go fucking find him $200K tomorrow or get lost out of my life. I just want to say, if this is the way you speak in your private life, are you really the person that should be running a game studio or be involved in a game studio other than a money man? I'm fucking go fucking fund him $200K. Now, my understanding is the shit that was given to me, like this stuff that was sent, nothing has changed. I took $110,000, and this is, I believe, from Nefas QS's stream. These were all sent to me. I took 110,000 out of my 401k monies, bro. Sent you an email. You are a lifesaver. Will Sager initiate the wire as soon as possible so it hits before 2 and we can still make the 2 p.m. wire cutoff? Dude, your company was funded on a shoestring budget where you're trying to get money today for today's bills? There, like, this stuff that had never come out before. Got plenty exciting news. We will likely be signing a licensing deal with a company called Tencent. I go to China end of next month to sign and do a photo marketing event. Don't tell anyone. 22 million in exchange for 75% of the Chinese market and rights to publish and produce cosmetics with approval. They will handle all localization and server maintenance and costs. Dude, I got this when I was driving, or when I was navigating to the airport, and then I was just in awe of this guy's fucking ego. The next $1 billion game I'm announcing tonight, you get an early sneak peek. Ashes to Creation. Is this the same one you've been working on for the last year or so? Same one. We have 24,000 members and haven't even announced the title or entered alpha testing. Bullshit, you lying sack of shit. You announced the title on September 29th, 2016. Let's see if I can go find that. I know for a fact you announced it. But we have $15 a month subscription. We will launch with over 2 million players. Hold on. A lot of people in that community laughed at me, mocked me, told me to get a life, told me to touch grass. You had allegedly 800,000 registered members on the first website. And you had less than 40,000 forum accounts. And I've been saying this, you allegedly have 330,000 people that have given you money, but only 40,000, now they have 90 some odd thousand forum accounts. I think there's a disconnect with all these numbers. Now, I saw some stuff about the Steam. Steven reached out to Steam to grab the monies before the monies went to Intrepid. Look, man, you're breaking all sorts of laws here. You're breaking all the laws. So why do I have this twice? Okay. 217. Oh, okay. So we've got the two lawsuits from from Robert Dawson. First and foremost, I'm confused. And again, I'm not a lawyer. There are lots of good quality lawyers out there, but I know enough to be dangerous. I know enough to sit in the box. I don't understand why, in the slightest, hold on one second. Oh, that's because we're on the wrong one. Opera. What are you doing today? Damn it. Sorry. One more moment. As I said, I had a meeting. I came right from one meeting right into another meeting. And I'm very confused by all of this fuckery. Okay, which one? That's the 11th. That's the one I need. Okay, so I'm first confused why Robert Dawson is suing him in Nevada. TFE Games Holdings, a Delaware limited liability company, versus Stephen Sharif, a Nevada resident, John Moore, a Nevada resident, does 1 through 10, and Roe Corporate Defendants 11 through 20. I don't know if Stephen is a Nevada resident. If he is, Stephen owns a marketing company down in Nevada. But remember, you can have houses in lots of different states, but generally you declare your residency somewhere. Where does Stephen live now after selling his house? I don't know. It is very well possible that Stephen moved to Nevada. A Delaware limited liability company, by and through its counsel of record, alleges and complains that this court possesses subject matter jurisdiction over this matter. Venue is proper in that this is the county in which the obligations of the party hereto were to be performed or occurred, and a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to the claims set forth occurred. Now, for the people that don't understand why he could file this in Nevada, I'm not saying that he can, but Stephen personally staked two of the liens, two of the loans, at least two of the loans. I've shown those loan documents a bunch of times. As I've explained, you don't want to do it this way. Let me just say it this way. So you have your corporation over here, and you have this big, wonderful thing called the corporate veil. And you at all times want to keep your corporate veil intact. And then here's you as the person. And what you never want to do is pierce the veil. So if your corporation needs a loan, it can try to go to the bank and get this loan. And if it can't get the loan, then you want to go to the bank, you want to get the loan, and then you loan the money to the corporation, and then you become a creditor to the corporation. And what you should immediately do is, if I was going to loan my corporation $10,000 today, I would immediately, like 10:28 my time, lend the money. 10:30 my time, I would immediately file the lien. I would file the lien just in case something happened with my corporation. I know I'm first in line to get paid back. Now, of course, as I've talked about, there are certain organizations that always jump ahead, and that is the federal government, the state government. They always get first bite of recovery. I know Intrepid Studios has a small business administration loan, and I know that they also had some unpaid, I believe it was unemployment taxes. This is a great question, and you're not ignorant for asking. You are actually smart for asking, and I wish more people would ask smart questions. That question is, and I gotta get my thing up. Am I ignorant, or shouldn't a business always get a loan easier than an individual? That is a great question. And the answer is no. A business won't always automatically get a loan easier than an individual. In my case, PGN has about $6,000 or $7,000 a year in income, not profit, but income, because I have to pay for all the domains, I have to pay for all the licenses, all the stuff that I use, the PO box, all that stuff. So I could reasonably get about a $5,000 loan for PGN, but I, as a person, can walk into the bank and get a $100,000 unsecured loan. I just have to walk into the bank and say, hey, I'd like 100,000, and that my bank branch would give me that. Any more than that, and I have to start staking collateral. And the reason why I can take 100,000 is because my bank knows my income. So my bank will be like, oh, that's just Jalan doing Jalan shit again. Give it to him. Because they don't give a shit, because they know they're usually going to get the money back in a couple of days. I never usually finance things long term. And they get the 1 to 5% haircut as the processing fee. They get the underwriting fee. Remember, a lot of people are mad about interest on loans. Their own personal life. They're mad about the interest. Banks don't care about the interest. Banks want to charge you 1 to 5% of the loan as the underwriting fee, and then they would really, really like you to pay the money back in a month. They factor in the interest, but they would really, really, really like you to bring that in. That's because multiple revenue streams, though. Someone with one revenue stream owning a business, the business's assets should almost certainly be equal or greater than the individual assets. Not necessarily. And that's when you're first starting out. Most businesses do not become profitable for years. Most businesses, because remember, if you think of your business like a baby, when the business is born, it has no established credit. It has no income. It has no revenue. Now, in Intrepid Studios' case, it did have some history of income. It did have some history of revenue. It had the Kickstarter amount. But that's going to be a one-time input. And banks, that's why, if you ever noticed, you go to get a loan, the bank doesn't want to know how much money is in your bank account. The bank wants to see your bank statements. They want to see 90 days worth, like when you're applying for your mortgage, they want to see 90 days of bank records, and they want to see where the money's coming from. They'll be like, okay, well, we don't see a direct deposit for a paycheck. We don't see you depositing paychecks. We don't see reliable income. Well, I don't have reliable income. Then the bank's going to be like, well, we don't want to give you a loan. Once Intrepid, in December of 2017, started selling founders packs on a monthly basis, then the bank was like, oh, okay, so this month you made this much through. At first they were on WhoCommerce, then they moved to Xsolla, then they moved to Direct, and still had Xsolla. Is it possible Steven lived in Nevada at the time of the original loans before renting the house in California? It's possible. It's also possible, as somebody said, maybe Steven remained a resident of California remained a resident of Nevada because he wanted to pay Nevada taxes. Maybe that's why they rented the home, so they didn't own the home, but then they owned the home, they sold the home. Can I just say that there is so much fuckery with their house? Somebody sent me some information that Steven may have drawn money out of Intrepid to pay for his house. That's bad. Like, that's bad shit all the way around. Plaintiff, TFE Game Holdings, a Delaware limited liability company, was at all times relevant to the claims harmed by the conduct of the residents of Clark County, Nevada. Well, I don't know why their lawyer wrote it this way, because that's not true. That's not a true statement. And that, give me 1 second so that I can load something. But I don't believe that's a true statement, and I'll show you why. Oh wait, no, I have it as I don't have it in that document. I have it as a screen grab. So the reason why I say that is because at one point, Robert Dawson was the creditor. And then he created TFE Games Holdings, and even his attorney is bad because there's a typo right there. There is no Nevada, Florida. That's the $80 million guy. Now, he had a different LLC in Florida called Intrepid Creations. Does that mean anything? Yes, it actually does. The fact that you created not one but two separate companies with pretty much the intention, it's because remember, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but I did enough reading with the lawyer when I was going to go to law school. When you start taking actions that show intent, why did you create a company called Intrepid Creations? Why did you create a company called TFE Game Holdings? Those are going to be things that, like, because remember, if they're suing Steven, they have to testify. Robert Dawson has to testify. Jason Karamanis has to testify. The Ryan Ogden has to testify. That's going to be a question that Robert Dawson gets asked. Why did you create Intrepid Creations after putting money into Intrepid Studios? Why did you choose to transfer your debt, your personal debt? Because remember, the form on the left is Robert Dawson as individual has given money. And now what you're doing is, and again, this is where I tell people, other good people at business tell me I'm really bad at business because I do things on above the above board. I like to be like 2 steps above the above board. In case I miss, I'm still above board. These people are operating in the gray. And he's going to have to answer that question. What was your intention behind the formation of this company? This is normal, isn't it? Normal in quotes. It is fairly normal, except it's weird that years prior, you created Intrepid Creations. It's really weird. Like, unfortunately, I don't have Intrepid Creations redacted, but I hope that in the years I've been doing the show, you all will trust that everything below principal address is information that I should redact. That's why I'm not showing the rest. And he formed the corporation, or I'm sorry, this is a limited liability company. In case anybody doesn't understand, if you have LLC on your business name, you must, why is it redacted? My Twitch contract very specifically talks about doxing individuals. Although this information is publicly available, okay, I'm not going to publicize somebody's home address. I'm not going to do that. I don't think it adds anything substantive, anything of substance to the discussion. I don't think you need to know Robert Dawson's home address. I think that's just a respect thing. But for people that don't understand, an LLC can only be a limited liability company. If it is comma Inc. or comma Incorporated, then it has to be a C corporation. Those suffixes are by law definitive. Now, S corps, don't ask me about. Never managed one, never owned one. When you DBA, like before I set all this stuff up, I was my real name, DBA Jalan. I'm doing business ads. Disney was fucking awesome. If we get to the end of the show and I've got time to kill, maybe we'll talk about Disney. So what's interesting to me is that Robert Dawson, as far back as 2022, had created a limited liability company called Intrepid Creations. Now, to me, that says you had a plan within a plan that you were preparing to strip company assets, in my opinion. Intrepid Creations seems to me like you might have had a thought that you were going to pull IntrepidNet, all the art assets, any music assets, animations into another company. Can't he argue it was just a backup plan? Well, he could, and that is a really good question. Absolutely a great question. But backup plan for what? To file Chapter 9 bankruptcy, move all the assets into another corporation, and leave the debt with the first company? Remember, bankruptcy court can reverse transactions for up to 2 years. So you move the IP over to a new company. Bankruptcy court comes along and says, hey, Bocephus, move that move that IP back. But why move it to Nevada after that? He didn't move it to Nevada. That's the interesting thing. That's the typo. This document, and this is a good faith mistake. This isn't like the courts would more likely rather than less likely write that off as a mistake. He didn't move it to Nevada, Florida, because there is no Nevada, Florida. And if you're a Florida resident, there's a Nevada, Florida, let me know. I was just down in Florida. Nobody ever heard of Nevada, Florida. He moved it from, I believe, Florida to Nevada, but it's a Delaware limited liability company. So this whole piece right here is probably a good faith mistake. I see somebody said Kira also had videos taken down until he covered certain information. So someone is pushing privacy. Right. Somebody is pushing privacy. Now, I had to take 2 videos down for a period of about 16 hours, but somebody made an allegation against me. And again, when you make an allegation or an allegation is made against you, you are better off having somebody review your content and making sure you're righteous. And I had to task out 2 people. Then why file the lawsuit in Nevada? That's because Steven may very well be a resident of Nevada. I don't know where Steven's residency is. For example, and this is the piece that people, because they don't understand. You can't sue me as a person in any state other than Illinois. Because if you try to sue me in a court in California, I'll just call California. I'll just call the circuit clerk and say, excuse me, I'm not a resident of the state of California. Respectfully, I respect the courts, but you have no jurisdiction over me. You have no jurisdiction over my corporation. So the clerk will say, well, you have to appear on this date, but we'll allow you to appear via telecom so you don't incur the travel cost. And then in court, I just say to the judge, another Floridian just confirmed there's no Nevada, Florida. I just say to the judge, I'm like, Your Honor, I respect the court, but you don't have any jurisdiction over me or my company. That's exactly what happened with the Soulbound Studios Exola lawsuit. The class action lawyer who was suing Soulbound Studios rushed and filed against both in California. So now you have the people who back Soulbound Studios class action lawsuit versus Soulbound Studios and Exola. Caspian's lawyer went into court and said, respectfully, we're a Washington business. We don't have a physical presence in California. We're not subject to your jurisdiction. And the judge said, well, that defendant is dismissed. Well, the best part is, when the other defendant is dismissed, the remaining defendant just points at the dismissed defendant and says, well, it's all his fault. The lawyer created the reasonable doubt. Hey, all we did was process transactions and we've transferred them all the money. Exola's like, not our problem. And unfortunately, that's where a legal fuck up is a legal fuck up. Then they sue him in Washington and he says, Your Honor, I'll bring in my books. I'm broke. Remember, if you've set your company up correctly, you don't absorb personal liability for the company's debts. Unless, as we get through this lawsuit, you're commingling funds. Defendant Steven Sharif, an individual, was relevant to the claims. John Moore was relevant. The names and capacities, whether individual, corporate, associates, or otherwise, the defendants as Does, that's John Doe or Jane Doe, 1 through 9, and row business entities 11 through 20, and each of them are unknown to the plaintiff, who therefore sues each defendant by such fictitious names. This is written very good. This is written very well. I don't know who all the people are that I need to be suing because I don't have access to the records that will tell me who I should be suing. The plaintiff's successor in interest to non-party Intrepid Studios Private sale collateral pursuant to section 9601 of the Uniform Commercial Code. Through the private sale of collateral, the plaintiff foreclosed on Intrepid's assets, including but not limited to all assets. And this is, you will see, again, here, this is, you read down here, these are all the things that you staked as claim on the loan. So now you haven't paid me. I want my money, and I'm gonna, since you don't have my money, I'm gonna take all the things that I said I would take. Defendant Sharif is the former chief executive officer. Defendant Sharif is a current shareholder. Defendant Moore was an employee. Defendant Moore was a shareholder. Let me confirm one thing. I don't think that's true. One second. Let me check something real quick. I do not see John Moore. Okay, and here's where this little piece, and again, this credit to Nefas, whatever his name is. I apologize. I don't know how he pronounces his name. I haven't had a chance to watch any of his content, or not the pieces where he introduces himself. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful. There's Thomas, Jason, the Yaya Legacy Trust, which this is interesting to me right here. Especially this, because my documents show that he should have been a 9.7% owner. Robert Dawson with a 65% share. But also, I don't, and this is where, until all the paperwork is filed, John Moore was the chief financial officer. Intrepid Creations apparently put in 14 million. Robert Dawson put in 59 million. And then all these individuals. Obviously, Stephen Sharif's name doesn't have to be redacted. He has willingly put his name out there. I know most of these players. But as you can see, this document alleges that Stephen has put no money in. So whatever this 12/30/2025 or later document shows that, and this is another thing that is so bizarre to me. Like, you want to talk about, like, I know other creators are more fun and more charismatic than me. What the fuck is with 91,087.60 shares? Like, this, all of this is backed up by a different document. I don't think John Moore or Stephen Sharif had the first clue to what they were doing. Yeah, this is some wild shit going on. When the court hearing starts, I don't know when the court dates are. Again, I apologize for not being at my usual researched self. I landed at 8:15 last night. I was held hostage by a bus driver for 30 minutes. It's like, dude, just take me to my car. And then I had 2 meetings at 8 and 9 today. So I'm trying to get caught up live with everybody else. Defendant Sharif is in possession of certain Intrepid assets, including but not limited to certain books and records of Intrepid, including all receipts and invoices from the past 3 years and payroll records going back to 2016, as well as the account information for numerous technology platforms, bank and credit card accounts, and miscellaneous third-party vendors, collectively the company records. So this is a really, really important part of what they're going on about. And what's weird to me is Stephen allegedly resigned earlier than he said. And that's gonna be problematic because this is where Stephen represented himself, and he's censoring and moderating the Discord. Now, again, I'm gonna say this. I am not your lawyer. I do not have a P number. I have not passed the bar in any state. But what every first semester pre-law student knows, the moment any litigation paperwork is filed, you do not delete anything. You do not delete anything. Because if you destroy evidence, the judge can allow the argument made that the destroyed evidence supports the opposing party's position. You do not destroy anything. Other than the fact that destroying evidence in a civil case can become a criminal offense. You don't destroy evidence. Did he actually put a date to when he resigned? Because I don't remember. Yeah, he didn't put a date to when he resigned, but if you remember in my timeline, I had picked a date to say, Steven said I'm returning to work on the official Discord. So he would have had to have, in order for that to be a righteous statement, a truthful statement, he would have had to have been working as the CEO of Intrepid, the creative director of Ashes of Creation on that date at that moment, which I've already proved he was then answering on behalf of the studio. That's why Steven Sharif should have never been the owner of the Discord. Steven Sharif never should have been the owner of the Reddit. It should have been a social media account that is controlled by the company. How much do you want to bet Steven has had every content creator stream up from the past several days? I'm sure Steven was glad I was at Disney. Due to his position as chief executive officer, defendant Sharif was entrusted with Intrepid's company records. Not to nitpick what looks to be a mostly well-written document, but that shouldn't be chief executive officer. It should be as the secretary. Just as a point of order, it is the secretary at a company that is entrusted with the company records, not the CEO. Defendant Sharif has refused to turn over company records to the plaintiff despite requests. This is a big one. On January 31st, Intrepid issued notification under the Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act that Intrepid has no alternative other than to undertake an entire and permanent plant closure with the meaning of the WARN Act by close of business 31 January 2026. This is one thing that is going to bite them right on the ass. I don't know if Kira has released some information I know we both are in possession of. I have chosen to go a different route. I will say this date right here is not the date that they decided that they were going to issue a WARN notice. That's not the date. That's the date they did it. But that's not the date they decided they were going to do it. As a real quick sideline, so people can understand the WARN Act. I mean, not use red. People have asked me not to. The WARN Act is when you have 100 or more employees. The moment you have 100 or more employees, you always have to be looking at the payroll budget. And you must always have 60 days out of payroll. You either need to have 60 days of payroll out as assets on hand, cash on hand, or you have to have bona fide income, uncontestable bona fide income. Like, you know, you're the Disney Corporation and you know that you have a structured loan set and it's going to pay on 1 February. It's already approved. That's considered bona fide. You know that you have a loan coming in. Yes, Steven was both the secretary and the CEO of Intrepid Studios, and John Moore was the CFO. Although in other documents, people claim that Ryan Ogden was the CFO. I don't know why any of them didn't file. Maybe they falsified the document. I don't know what they did. The moment you don't have 60 days of payroll, you must warn. You must give the WARN notice the moment, not a day later, not 4 days later. Like, the courts might allow you a day or two but they're expecting 58 days of warn notice. Like, you find out on a Friday that your 1 February loan has been stripped away. And obviously it takes you the weekend to get all the principal shareholders together to have a discussion. You give the warn notice as soon as you know that you can't pay the bills. And that's not this date. That's not that date. The plaintiff repeats and realleges the foregoing paragraphs as though fully stated herein. Defendant Sharif owns fiduciary duties to Intrepid as its former chief executive officer. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. John Moore, as the CFO, owes fiduciary duties to Intrepid. This is one of those things where details matter. You can't blame the CEO for the CFO's job. You can't blame the CEO for the secretary's job, although he is sitting in the same spot. As an officer of Intrepid, Defendant Sharif was required to perform his duties in good faith in a manner he believed to be in the best interest of the corporation and its shareholders, and with such care as an ordinarily prudent person in like position would use under similar circumstances. No, you don't put that. No, you don't. Fuck's sake, you don't write it that way. What's Steven's lawyer gonna say? Mr. Sharif, did you operate in what you believed to be the best interests of the corporation and the shareholders? Yes. Do you have a witness to testify to his state of mind that he was acting not in the best interest of the corporation? Well, right, that's the definition of fiduciary, but you don't write this. He was required to perform his duties in good faith. If he testifies, I believe in good faith that I did the best I could balancing the needs of the corporation and the shareholders. Now you have to disprove the statement. As an officer of Intrepid, Defendant Sharif has control and management over Intrepid's books and records. No. It needs to be defendants, Sharif and Moore. Defendant Sharif has breached his fiduciary duties to Intrepid by withholding and refusing to turn over company records, despite the plaintiff's rightful ownership of such records pursuant to the Article 9 sale. I don't think Robert Dawson or his attorneys understand. The moment you had the first discussion with a lawyer about an Article 9 sale, that must be accompanied by a warrant. So if they talked about an Article 9 sale in November of 2025, they needed to warn then. There is no way around having an Article 9 discussion, Chapter 9 bankruptcy, and not warning your employees. Defendant Sharif refused to turn over company records, has prevented plaintiff from a timely paying former Intrepid employees now employed by the plaintiff. Well, they're not. Okay, but they're not employed by you. Resulting in employees being terminated. Okay. And making required payments under numerous third-party contracts. Defendant Sharif's refusal to turn over the company records has caused damage to the plaintiff. This plaintiff has not been able to make certain payments required. Yes, that is true. Steven did fuck the pooch. He didn't turn over all passwords, codes, accounts. The moment you resigned, you had no right to squat on the Discord, squat on the Reddit, you should have turned in your company credit card, everything. The plaintiff took ownership of Intrepid's assets, which included all of Intrepid's commercial tort claims and any other causes of action. Yep. Defendant Sharif's refusal to turn over the company records is an intentional misconduct. Okay, this is where, again, I'm not a lawyer, but the court of Nevada can't compel Steven to turn over records of a California corporation. What happened to Ashes? It was a scam by a proven scammer. You're right. Defendant Sharif received a notice from Steam Valve on 18 January that provided Intrepid's secured creditor would be taking $3.5 million receivable that the plaintiff was relying on to pay Intrepid's employees and creditors. Okay, this right here, covers what? $4.3 weeks. So this doesn't buy them, like, this doesn't buy Robert Dawson, Jason Karamanis, Ryan Ogden, or the other people that are shareholders. This doesn't buy them a get out of jail free card for the WARN Act. It just lessens their slap on the wrist. Like, and it's not a slap on the wrist. They could be they all can be held personally financial. Has your opinion on the game being a scam changed now? I don't think the game was ever a scam. I think Steven scammed all of his investors. Defendant Sharif failed to share the Steam notice with Intrepid or the plaintiff. That's great, but he's not required to. That he's not okay. If you formed the board, why did you leave Steven as the chief executive officer? See, this is the piece that makes no sense to me. You knew the ship was sinking. And again, I want to go back up here where it says Defendant Sharif was required to perform his duties in good faith in a manner he believed to be in the best interest of the corporation. But you appointed him CEO. Like, why did you keep him appointed as the CEO? If this was all coming to a head in January, then, in July, August, why did you not replace the CEO? There was a real attempt at a game. It's just unfortunate that Steven is a horrible CEO. Steven is a horrible CEO. Steven is a horrible leader. All of you, not all of you, but a lot of people in that community jumped all over my ass when I started questioning Steven's leadership ability. And guess what? Maybe if more people hadn't jumped all over my ass, then things would be different. Sorry, I tasked somebody out to show this earlier. Steven lied in some of those clips earlier. There's Ashes of Creation. There's a public post. There's September 29th, 2016. Steven says, we haven't even announced the name yet. Yes, you did. You announced the name on September 29th, 2016. So Steven lies his ass off all the time. They didn't want to spook the player base, maybe? Maybe. But again, my problem with Jason Karamanis right now coming out and saying all these things about Steven, what you're doing now is you're taking the moral low road. What you're doing is you're picking up fistfuls of shit off the road and you're throwing them at Steven, but at the end of the day, you're still covered in shit too. Like, you want everybody to feel sorry for you that you got taken for $13 million. But what you had in your eyes were the dollar signs. Steven said, we're going to make $1 billion on this game. Steven told his investors, we're going to have 2 million players at $15 a month. That's going to be $30 million a month. That's going to be $360 million a year. And we figure the average MMO can limp along for 5 years. That's $1.8 billion. Where were all the people not beating the shit out of me when I was questioning? Like, dude, you say you have 800,000. You have 800,000 people interested in the game. But at the time, accounts should have equaled forum accounts. Then you had to go to a single sign-on solution. And we find out of 800,000 people, at that point, it was probably closer to 1.2 million. You only had 40,000 people with forum accounts? That doesn't seem like really interested people. It sounds like an awful lot of people that made a lot of extra accounts to try to get one of the Alpha Zero keys. Is Steven the victim? No, not in the slightest. Steven, there is no scenario here where Steven is the victim. The only scenario here is Steven isn't the only guilty one. Defendant Sharif has breached his fiduciary duties to Intrepid by authorizing and causing payment of approximately $17.4 million in unauthorized personal and/or excessive expenses from January 1st through January 31st, the misappropriations. This is, that's booty house. That's booty house allegation right there. That's fraud. That's not just a civil thing anymore. That's a crime. You're dipping into funds and taking from them. The misappropriations include excessive personal loans to certain shareholders with no documentation and no repayment, direct transfers to shareholders with no stated business purpose, direct transfers to miscellaneous accounts with no stated business purpose, miscellaneous personal expenses to charged to Intrepid's credit cards, and defendant's personal credit card that was then reimbursed by Intrepid. Okay. I'm just going to say this. No matter how big your company is, I can't even show that. You should have a corporate credit card and you should have a personal credit card, and never shall the two intertwine. Never, ever, ever shall the two intertwine. You don't, that's corporate, that's piercing the corporate, that's not even piercing the corporate veil. That's shattering it and tearing it down. Like, I want to talk real quick about the old business mentality. Could I have flown down to Disney on Friday or on Thursday, and when we landed, had a business meeting with the two people that each own one share? Yes, I could. I could have. Could then I have written off part of the airfare, part of the dinner, part of the hotel stay? Yes. Should you ever do that? No, the fuck you should not. That, if you're looking to save a few bucks, that is not where you want to save a few bucks. You want to save a few bucks running your own business? Rent a room in your house to your business. But you're still paying tax on it. Have your business pay half your internet bill. Have your business pay half your cell phone bill. Have your business pay any applicable mileage on your car. Sure. But don't start doing that. You're going to hear these people say, oh, well, I do this so that I can write off business trips. Yeah? Well, wait until the IRS shows up at your fucking place of business and says, you've written off $375,000 over 5 years. Show me where those business trips tangibly resulted in $750,000 in new business. Now, there's a bunch of wonderful Disney creators. Dapper Danielle is a one we know. If I had flown down and done collaborative content with Dapper Danielle, then I would have written off part of my plane ticket as a business expense if I expected the residuals on the collaboration to pay me more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I go down to Disney, I meet with Disney people, and they agree to put on their new roller coaster, they agree to use a PGN music track. Well, yeah, then I can turn around and say they're going to put a QR code at the beginning of the ride, and that has potential. Like, I don't know what the dollar amount is. But don't get involved in that bullshit people tell you to get involved in. I have trouble feeling bad for someone who seem to like greed and CO hype. Take all this cash. I mean, tech CEOs have been saying, hey, I will take every job in 6 months for years now. Yeah. One of your previous bosses just got hit with that. His 2 trucks and his boats purchased under the company. He owed money. They took his truck and boats. Yeah. That's what they do. Don't get involved in that shit. Do it right way. One guy dropped $2 million for 40 shares. Did he? Yeah, Thomas dropped $2 million for 40 shares. See, this whole thing right here. And I had to ban somebody from my Discord and block them while I was on vacation. Guys, I don't want to be the smartest guy in the room. I want to learn from the smartest people in the room. I don't ever think that I'm the smartest guy in the room on every topic. I'm smart on what I know. Like my community today. I got home. I said, hey guys, someone dropped me some stuff because I need to go over it. And they did. It's a community. I'm just the guy with the mic and the camera. This all right here, this is fuckery. This is absolute fuckery. But all of those investors allowed the fuckery to happen. Remember I said this. When I looked at the Karamanis Yaya Legacy Trust lawsuit, which is the only one we've ever seen, based on the valuation of non-dilutable shares, the total company value should have been no higher than $45,454,545. This company is valued at $99 million. Well, it's not valued at $99 million. It's had $99 million and invested. It's all, yeah, it's funny to see how Steven said he was self-funding the game, so no greedy investors, and Steven's invested amount is zero. I can't speak to if Steven accepted a $2 million investment from an elderly couple. Karamanis claimed Thomas and one of Steven's family members were getting money as consultants for Intrepid. So let me say, I want to address that. I do want to address that. That chart doesn't discern the different stocks, common and preferred. I have, again, I have no idea what this chart, I imagine, I don't even want to speculate. This is how it's so fucked up, right? It's all fucked up. I bet you if I crunched these numbers don't even add up right. Because all you do is you take the total number of shares divided by this and then value out each share. I bet you that doesn't add up. Or somebody did create, and I haven't had a chance to bump those numbers. Steven pocketed 17. No, Steven didn't pocket 7. Let's not say the wrong shit. Steven didn't pocket $17.4 million. Steven misappropriated $17.4 million. Right? We got to be careful because we have to follow the money. The difference is this. I'll give you a real quick example from Soulbound Studios. When Soulbound Studios started, Caspian and another family friend each leveraged, leaned, sold, whatever, parcels of land for $500,000. This is a fact. We know this to be a fact. In the winter before they shuttered, they did a sale event and they raised like $1.1 million. Now, these were loans against SPS. So you had a $500K loan and a $500K loan. There is nothing illegal about this. It just pisses you off because it's dirty, right? It's dirty, but it's not illegal. We raised $1.1 million and we had 2 loans on our books. So we chose to take $1 million of that money and scrub our loans, even though those loans were to ourselves. Remember, you as an individual and you as an employee and you as a shareholder and you as a corporate officer are 4 different yous. You have 4 different yous there. There is nothing, it's dirty, it's scummy, it's shitty. But I sold $1.1 million worth of stuff in a game I knew was gonna go broke because I made up a bullshit document thinking I was gonna sell $3 million worth of stuff, but I had to get these 2 debts off of my books to clean up my debt to income ratio. You say that in court. Does it walk like a duck? Yes. Does it quack like a duck? Yeah. Crab, what it is, you raised money knowing full well you were the person you were paying back. Right? So they raised $1 million, but Caspian owed himself $500,000. There's nothing illegal about him paying himself back. As long as he's got a documented loan on file, he can pay himself back. That's not pocketing it. Now, did Steven choose? I don't know. We don't have those numbers because even in here they say they don't have them. Did Steven have a $2 million debt against Intrepid? He knew the ship was sinking and he said, well, I'm going to pay myself back. Could he do that? Absolutely. If his was the first debt in line, he could absolutely do that. He just needs to put it in the book. Defendant Sharif allowed bank accounts owned by Intrepid to be commingled with his personal accounts in the QuickBook file owned by Intrepid. This right here, it should be against the law, Crab. I agree with you. But as Nicolas Cage says in The Lord of War, no, I haven't gone over Steven's lawsuit yet. I'll get there. As Nicolas Cage says in Lord of War, we're bound by the rule of law. We have to follow the law as written, not how we wish it were written. Defendant Sharif allowed bank accounts owned by Intrepid to be commingled with Defendant Moore's personal accounts. This is such fucking horseshit. This is like, you're a dumbass 101. Defendant Sharif misappropriation constituted internal misconduct and annoying violation of law because they were unlawful, and upon information and belief, Mr. Sharif knew the misappropriations were unlawful. The misappropriation left Intrepid unable to pay its debt as they became due in the ordinary course of the business, leading to the Article 9 sale. Again, could the game be sold to another studio? They could try to sell it, but not until Steven's lawsuit is resolved now, because Steven has filed a lawsuit. These people have filed 2 lawsuits. The IP needs to park its butt in Intrepid Studios for the time being. These misappropriations left Intrepid unable to pay its debts as they became due in the ordinary course of business, leading to the Article 9 sale. The problem here is that now Robert Dawson is going to have to answer the question, when was your first discussion about an Article 9 sale? And he has to answer truthfully. And then Robert Dawson has allowed his attorneys to file paperwork that implicates Robert Dawson and the other shareholders for personal liability to the $10 to $13 million in WARN penalties, not the company. Those shareholders, if they had a discussion about an Article 9 sale in November or December, and it's documented, then they knowingly and willfully failed to follow the WARN Act. The penalties for that, I believe, are $500 per day per employee. And the truth of the matter is, if they only consulted an Article 9 attorney, dude, $500 per day per employee. So $500 times 60 times 210. That's $6.3 million in penalties. Just in penalties. They still have to pay 60 days plus the work that was already done. They have to pay out the vacation time. They have to pay the benefits. Because they violated it, there's going to be lawsuits aplenty. There are already 2 lawsuits. So yeah, you allowed, oh yeah, they have to pay the employees too. That's 6.3 million in fuck you money. And Robert Dawson, by filing this, has left himself, because remember, the plaintiff has to testify. Because this doesn't get entered into the record. This is the record in order to say, yeah, you have a legitimate lawsuit. Robert's going to have to testify to the date that they had their first Article 9 discussion. And you've already established you've been having them. But who gets stuck with the bill? In this case, Robert Dawson, Ryan Ogden, the Yaya Legacy Trust, right? All these people personally get stuck with the bill. Because if you knowingly and willfully violated the WARN Act, then you become liable. You do. Defendant Sharif has breached his fiduciary duties by permitting Intrepid bank accounts to be commingled with his personal accounts. Yeah, you're a dumbass. Now, I want to roll back 1 second. Just because you have sloppy accounting in QuickBooks doesn't necessarily prove anything. But where Robert Dawson is correct is that Stephen and John will have to answer to why were you doing it that way. Do I like Chris Hemsworth? I don't know. Thor? Yeah. Defendant Sharif has breached his fiduciary duties by taking money from Intrepid in excess of his salary and earnings without company or board approval, including payments to himself, defendant Moore, other investors, employees, and friends and family. This is the big fuck you to the whole community. Steven said he was not paying himself. So if you were paying yourself and you already lied, so fuck you, you lied. Made into Intrepid's shareholders, performance targets, launch dates, money required to complete Intrepid's primary assets and bring it to market, the Ashes of Creation video game AOC. Defendant Sharif disregarded advice from advisors relating to financial and business decisions. He caused Intrepid to issue reimbursements for $12 million in business expenses, but has refused to provide documentation to support the business nature of those expenses. So what I'd like to say, though, is to all these investors, when you stopped getting acceptable answers, why'd you keep giving him money? You threw good money after bad. They're left holding the empty bag. You're right, they are. His conduct constituted intentional misconduct and a knowing violation of law. CEOs have to pay themselves or it's tax evasion. No, they don't. I don't know who told you that. That is not true. CEOs do not have to pay themselves. CEOs are not required to draw a salary. CEOs can, not in Steven's situation because he didn't own enough for the company, but if I'm the CEO of my company, I never take a penny out of my company in personal reimbursement expenses. They don't pay anything for me. I have a clause where I charge $1 per quarter as the CEO, and that is not payable out until the total debt has reached $1,000. That's an awful lot of quarters. If I wanted to, I could pay myself annually a 15% dividend, which is the maximum allowable per law of the company money. After that, that becomes excessive dividend. Steven really put in no money. He made bank with how much he... Well, again, what I don't understand is that they're leaving these big statements out there. Defendant Sharif has breached excess of his salary. Well, unless they talk about it later, why did you not specify what his salary was? Because, and I know this is going to make some people mad, but the salary of a CEO of a company that has 250 or 210 employees, if he's right around the $250,000, $300,000 mark, that's not excessive. Caspian was paying himself $250,000 at Soulbound Studios, and that is well within the IRS's range for a CEO of a video game studio. Remember, now, if they have small business administration paperwork where Steven has documented what he's paying himself, that'll be a different thing. Defendant, let's see. Defendant Sharif breaches a fiduciary duty rendered Intrepid unable to pay its debts as they became due in the ordinary course of business, resulting in the cessation of operations as described in the WARN Act notices. This was probably not something that they wanted to say because, again, Robert Dawson and all the other individuals, they could very likely be liable personally for the WARN Act violation money. So Karamanis was saying that he was paying himself $50,000 a month. That if he was paying himself $50,000 a month, that would be excessive. If that was $25,000 a month for him and John, I believe that is still going to fall into excessive. No, if I know it's going to make some people's blood boil, but if he was paying himself $25,000 a month, he would be right in range with what would be the acceptable amount for a CEO salary. $50,000 a month, that would put him at $600,000 a year. That would probably exceed. Where did these docs release? These are the court documents. These were sent to me. And these would have released, I believe this one is the 17th of, I'm sorry, I believe the one we're looking at right now is the 11th of February. Defendant Sharif took money out of Intrepid in excess of his salary without company or board approval. Upon information and belief, between 10 and 20 million of the 130 million raised by the defendant for the development of Ashes was not used by the defendant to develop Ashes and was then used for personal expenses among other unlawful uses. This is probably going to be another, let me check real quick. I want to check one thing before I speak out of turn. Because he almost certainly did all of this electronically, he would be able to be charged with wire fraud, securities fraud, embezzlement, misappropriation, tax crimes. Yes. Almost without a doubt, if this is true, Steven needs to honestly shut the fuck up, as I've told him many times over the years, and he doesn't need to worry about getting his company back. He needs to worry about getting a criminal defense lawyer. As a direct and proximate result, plaintiff has suffered damages, including the loss and misappropriation of corporate assets. As a further direct, natural, and proximate result, the plaintiff has been compelled to retain the services of an attorney to prosecute this action on its behalf, and as such is entitled to attorney fees and costs incurred. Well, yeah, that's great. Like, why are you not helping me, buddy? The plaintiff repeats and alleges second claim for relief. The financial record of Intrepid identifies certain shareholder loans to defendant, an approximate total of $362,524.15. The Sharif loans are valid, enforceable contracts. The plaintiff performed an... Okay, so ultimately, they're saying Steven was taking money. Steven was taking money. They're calling them the Sharif loans because they need to be documented. Now, let me say this. I do want to say this. Can a corporation loan an individual money? Yes. However, there must be two things attached to that: documentation and a reasonable return on investment. If, say, my company had $500,000 sitting in it. And I could take 20% of that, $100,000, loan it to somebody and get $125,000 back. Well, then that would be good for business. Now, if I had shareholders and I didn't tell them I was about to release 20% of our liquid holdings, that then would be where the documentation problem is. If I'm the sole shareholder, as long as I identify that. But what you can't do is, I'm a majority owner of my company. I can't loan myself as the person money and then not pay myself the company back interest. I can't cause the company to go backwards. The plaintiff repeats and alleges the foregoing paragraphs. The financial records of Intrepid, $6.6 million. The more loans are valid, enforceable contract. Yeah, this is just terrible. This is just absolutely terrible. The plaintiff repeats and alleges the foregoing paragraphs. Defendant Sharif made or caused to be made certain unauthorized transfers to himself totaling $4.8 million. Wow. This is more fraud. They're going to call these the Sharif transfers. The defendant received a benefit from the transfers, which is what you have to state. The defendant Sharif has failed to dispute the total owed for the Sharif transfers. I wouldn't have included that because he doesn't have to dispute them until you file against him. Defendant Sharif sold. Oh, okay, hold on. Upon information and belief, the defendant Sharif also caused Intrepid to take out a loan to purchase real property located in San Diego. Intrepid's investments as revenue in order to obtain the loan. He sold the property for $8.5 million, did not repay Intrepid for the loan, and retained the profits from the sale for the property himself. Okay, so you see this right here is what I just said. And again, I'm blind reading these, but this is exactly what I was talking about. If I had $20 million in my corporation and you came to me and said, hey, there's an undervalued property, it's listed at $4.8 million, it's going to need $200,000 in renovations, taking us up to $5 million, and then we'll be able to relist it for $8.5 million. Can I borrow $5 million and I'll repay $5.5 million? Then you look at it and you're like, we're getting 10% interest on a less than a 1-year loan. Then yeah, you're good. Well, what about the profit the other person retains? They can retain a part of the profit as long as in the loan condition it says, Jalan, will you loan me $5 million in no, it's not money laundering. That's not money laundering. Can you loan me $5 million in January, and by December 31st, I'll repay $5.5 million? And I say to myself, well, I don't need that $5 million. And I'm going to make $500,000 on it. Yeah, let's do that. That's $500,000. That's $500,000. That's almost a week's OPEX. You can do that. But you can't keep the profits for yourself, because then you've used the corporate's money to make profit for yourself. You can't do that. Especially in the biggest problem here is he did not repay Intrepid for the loan. If he had simply repaid Intrepid for the loan on this one, this wouldn't even be in here. From here to here wouldn't have been here if you just repaid the fucking loan. From what the investor said, they gave loans with interest or equity if no repayment. They had no product. Steven had to know he was basically selling the studio. He did know he was selling the studio. But again, where I want to make sure that we don't have this, I don't want to see Jason Karamanis, Robert Dawson, anybody else raise the banner of we're going to save Ashes of Creation, because y'all piss poor businessmen. Robert Dawson has had like 9 businesses in Nevada forcibly closed. Like, dude, you only get a business forcibly closed when there's fuckery involved. As such, plaintiff conferred benefits. Yeah, you did. If that's true, you did that. Sharif made certain unauthorized transfers to more $5.9 million with no... Jesus Christ, John and Steven, you were just robbing the company blind. The plaintiff is the owner of the company records. The defendant wrongfully withholding the records. The company records are of no value to defendant Sharif. Well, I wouldn't have put that in there because they are. Steven disproves this with his lawsuit. Because Steven filed a lawsuit, those records, yeah, it's embezzlement. The plaintiff is entitled to injunctive relief to obtain the company records. Now, right here, this is where I have a feeling the Nevada judge is going to literally say to Robert Dawson, why the piss did you file this in Nevada? I can't compel I can't compel the individual to turn over records for a California corporation. Again, this is where I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if the Nevada judge can compel Steven for that, because Steven's entire defense could then be, well, Intrepid Studios is a C corporation established in California, and the Southern District Court of California is the court with jurisdiction. No, doesn't he have to sue Steven where he's a resident? Maybe. Because the company is incorporated in California, the most appropriate place for this lawsuit should have been severed into two lawsuits. One of these lawsuits should have simply been, you resigned as the CEO over a month ago and you have not turned over the records. That should have been in the Southern District of California without a doubt. Because remember, if Steven was drawing a paycheck from Intrepid, then the courts of California have jurisdiction over him in his role as CEO. In Nevada, you could sue, but again, I don't know if the lawsuit in Nevada is relevant because you're talking about a California company whose records you need. I mean, obviously his lawyer thinks it's the right jurisdiction because the lawyer filed it. An officer of the court is not going to file a lawsuit that I'm sure the judge is going to ask some questions and say, why do you believe this is the proper venue? Because if you remember at the very beginning, they say, we believe, what are we on, page 12? Up here, they say, this court possesses subject matter jurisdiction over the matter. They believe venue is proper because of these reasons. Steven is a 4.88% owner. Okay, so this one was filed, and then, to my knowledge, a second one was filed a week later. And then we'll look at Steven's. Yeah, this is the 17th. All right. So now don't ever stop. Comes now the plaintiff, TFE Game Holding, a Delaware limited liability company, by and through its counsel of record, and hereby move this honorable court for an ex parte temporary restraining order to prohibit defendant Steven Sharif and his agents, Baker, Kuchan, Rhodes, and Zimmerman, from continued unlawfully withhold from the plaintiff the company records that include but are not limited to the username and passwords for non-party studios, Intrepid, technology platforms, bank and credit card accounts, third-party vendors. The plaintiff hereby further moves this honorable court to compel Sharif to direct his agents to cease withholding company records. I am over 18. I'm an authorized representative of the plaintiff. Except as otherwise noted, all facts said in our declaration. Yeah. The plaintiff is... Company records have not been taken for a tax assessment or fine pursuant. Yeah, you have to say that you are still in control. Teresa Fett, Emily Anderson, is hereby ordered February 19th. So this will resolve tomorrow. The plaintiff is successor in interest to non-party Intrepid Studios through private sale of collateral on January 16th, 2026. Okay, so this is where Robert Dawson is fucked. And I was pretty sure that this had happened. This is where Robert Dawson is fucked. You've transferred all of the assets of value out of Intrepid Studios into another company. But you didn't resolve your debt first. You did this on January 16th. Remember I said when I was looking at the other document, Robert Dawson had filed paperwork that sinks him on his WARN Act violations, his class action lawsuits? This is it right here. This is where you didn't consult the right attorneys before you did what the fuck you did. How did you privately sell all of the collateral of Intrepid Studios through an Article 9 sale before you WARN Act noticed all of your employees? You knew you were broke. You knew you were broke. People are like, oh, Robert, so they don't have the assets anymore. They're saying that they don't. They're saying that all the assets moved to a new company. Defendant Sharif is the former CEO. Defendant Sharif is in possession of certain assets, limited certain books and records of Intrepid, including all receipts and invoices from the past 3 years. He's refused to turn over the company records despite request. On January 31st, they issued a WARN Act notice. So you sold the collateral, but you didn't give the WARN Act notice on the day you sold the collateral. So when the two law firms question you, if you knew you were broke, what are you going to say? We didn't know on January 16th we were broke. You've literally just submitted paperwork that proves you violated. No, they can't claim the Steam money was going to pay payroll because you have to give the WARN Act notice when you know you can't pay 60 days out. If they had WARN Act noticed on January 16th, they might have been in okay shape. They might have said, we're giving the WARN Act notice. I know that January 16th isn't the first time they talked about it. I know this. They talked about it before. So this, literally, congratulations, you're going to win over here, and then you're going to immediately go into this courtroom over here and lose $6.3 million of your own money. Because the moment you knew you were insolvent, you must give the WARN notice. It's the WARN Act. The WARN Act doesn't allow for very much flexibility. It has two specific criteria. If you remember, I specifically ran through the two exceptions to the WARN Act. One of those is WARN Act requires 60 days. Exceptions do apply. Exception first, and don't hate me, I'm just spelling it out. Faltering company exception. It involves a plant closure, which is true. You're actively seeking capital of business, which is true, except you hadn't told the employees that you had transferred the assets. Reason to believe by giving WARN that it would prevent you from obtaining that business. That is true. The capital or business would have postponed the shutdown. True. Stevens' number of 50,000 concurrent users might have resulted in 312,000 in sales. Might have given you $8.1 million at an $800,000 a week burn rate, 10 weeks, 71 days. The faltering company exception doesn't apply because you knew you didn't make 312,500 sales. You knew that you had only made 200,000 sales. So you knew you didn't have it. The court might forgive 3 or 4 days. You have to convene the shareholders, decide if the company lives or dies, draft and issue the warn notice. So now you've already proven with your own filings, you filed the warn notice 15 days late, 1/4 of the time period late. You also don't get the unforeseeable business circumstance exception. Stephen and the senior leadership all resigning doesn't create, because the courts expect a board of directors to be able to manage for a few days while they find emergency replacements. All the leadership did not quit. The board is leadership, and by their own documents, they've stated they were the board. So, this is going to get ugly for all the way around. But what I want everybody to realize is you need to kill the hopes that Ashes of Creation is going to survive under a new company with new people at the helm. These new people don't give a shit about you. These people, in their own filings, have said, fuck the employees. We knew on January 16th we were doing an Article 9 sale. Well, then what's the justifiable reason to delay 15 days before warning them? And why did you let them work for 2 weeks and not get paid? Why did you allow them to work until the 31st? Those people could have taken those 2 weeks and wrote resumes and gone to jobs. Some of those people, right? If you had told people back in November or December, I wouldn't be surprised if they know some shady loopholes to get out of this. The WARN Act doesn't have shady loopholes. The WARN Act is a workers' rights bill. It doesn't have loopholes, because this is one of the times where they say to the rich people, don't fuck the poor people. Your mom's biopsy came back negative for cancer. Congratulations. That's the news I always want to hear. Defendant Sharif is the former CEO. He has these books, WARN Act. We've been over this. The court may issue ex parte temporary restraining order if certain requirements are satisfied. Further, the temporary restraining order itself must state the date and hour it was issued. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think you're going to get that at all. Application, really? You need the Adobe password? You need the DocuSign password? I wonder why they want the Slack password. You guys couldn't even put your shit in alphabetical order? Oh, remember I said that they don't have a, remember I said that they were using Hootsuite? I'm vindicated again. Mana barbecue? What? The fuck? The fuck is this? You need the Mana Korean barbecue password. Please tell me paddle.com isn't something inappropriate. Okay. That's everywhere they spent money. Yes, this would be everywhere that, well, it's not necessarily everywhere they spent money. It's everywhere that they have a account at. Right? It's everywhere they had an account at. Okay, this is me as a CPI guy. You have a Chase account, a West Coast business loan, a Chase savings, a Chase, a Bank of America, Commerce West, a loan to Sharon Sharif. Oh, fuck, you're fucked there. You're fucked there. American Express, Chase, Amex, Bank of America, Visa, Wells Fargo. They were just operating off the Bank of New Zealand. Exhibit 3, vendor name. TFE Games Holdings, a secured party, pursuant to the terms pledged March 23rd, 2022. All these assets. Okay, the debitors default in obligations in excess of 40 million. The secured party will sell the collateral at a private sale to be conducted. Yeah, so what you did is you shed all the debt. What they did is they shed all the debt, including, I imagine, the content creator debt. The undersaid hereby certifies that a true and correct copy of the notice of disposition of collateral at private sale was served via certified mail on 6 January 2026 to the following secured parties: Yaya Legacy Trust, Jason Karamanis, Yaya Holdings Limited Liability Company, U.S. Small Business Administration. Okay. But you had more people than that. You didn't inform Steven. He owns 4.8% of the company. Right? Like, I'm not defending Steven here. Yaya Legacy Trust owns 7. Jason Karamanis owns 3, so that's 10. I don't even see Yaya Holdings on here. You don't have to notify them. You don't have to notify them. You've notified them. You've notified them. So you just neglected, I don't know who they are, but you neglected to notify an 11% shareholder. A 4% shareholder, a 4% shareholder. Okay. So, yeah, Steven apparently invested 0. So basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to get a Nevada court to issue a temporary restraining order, which compels Steven. I have no idea if that list is current. That is a list that I believe it was Nefis, and he has been doing amazing work. He's been doing amazing work. I believe he said anybody could respond to his video. People just sent me screenshots. I was on vacation. Let's take a look now at Steven's. Actually, I'm going to take a real quick, 30-second break. And we're going to take a quick look at Steven's rebuttal. Alrighty, and before we begin, let's go with a special message from our sponsors. No, let's go with a special announcement from our lawyers. My name is Jalan, and every document that I'm about to show during this segment of the show is all publicly available information. I am Jalan. I operate under the guise of PGN Incorporated, specifically PGN Media, a media division of PGN Incorporated. I am operating as a member of the Free Press as a free press journalist with full protections of the First Amendment. If any of these documents contain information that you would rather have not had made public, then you should have self-redacted them. With that said, anyone know what the data servers are bought for? No idea how long they're bought for, but at some point, what's going to happen is the data center is not going to get paid and they're going to turn them off. I believe the spreadsheet was given to Nephis by Jason. I understood it was the spreadsheet Jason was keeping track with, but I could be wrong. I don't recall them specifying where it came from. Yeah, and that's one of the problems. Could we get your opinion on the guy Jason? The one that said he's the head of the pyramid scheme shit. Jason Karamanis, aka the Yaya Legacy Trust, has an interesting background. This is a MLM individual who has done a lot of work with Janice Global, which is run, the CFO is Ryan Ogden, who also was serving as the CFO of Intrepid Studios. I tried to warn everybody about that months ago, but people told me to shut up. Jason Karamanis is a litigious individual. I'm not saying that being a litigious individual is bad. As I've said for many years on my show, the courtroom is not a big, bad, scary place. A courtroom is where you go when you reach an impasse. Like this morning, I reached an impasse with an apartment complex who are violating the law, and I went over there in good faith to talk to them. The problem is when you end up constantly in a courtroom, when you have numerous lawsuits and your method of doing business is to fund MLMs, and then when the people can't repay their loan to sue them, well then that says a lot about your character. Like, you'll notice I act in good faith. If I give you advice, if I help you with your business, if I help you with your business plan, your marketing plan, your CPI, then I am going to treat your project as tenderly as I would treat my own. And if I think your idea is bad, I will tell you from the get-go, hey, I think this idea is very, very bad. A cursory look, there are 9 different lawsuits where Jason Karamanis is involved with MLMs. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with that. But as Grumpy Old Man said, if you're always involved, then maybe you are the bad guy. Like, I don't have any respect for the individual. He probably doesn't give a shit that I have no respect for him because he doesn't know me. I don't know him. But to be, forthright, let's leave moms out of the conversation. I am pissed at you for introducing me to your son. Go fucking find him $200,000 tomorrow or get lost out of my life. Like, first of all, that's a woman. Like, as a man, we don't speak to women that way. That's Steven's mom, so that's his elder. Just good manners of a gentleman. You don't speak to people like this, especially not your elder, especially not a woman. And then if you did say that, you don't leak it like, yeah, and you can't even spell. You can't conjugate a sentence. See, again, I'm not trying to be the smartest guy in the room, but this guy can't seem to find a coherent sentence with 2 hands and a flashlight. If you're mixing emotions in business, he told her she should have aborted Steven. Well, I would be careful saying that because that borders on, did you hear the interview where Jason told she should have had an abortion and she produced devils for sons? See that right there? Let me just say it outright. If that's your opinion now, then why the hell is any part of the Ashes of Creation community railing behind his war banner? That motherfucker should have a war banner up and everybody should be on the other side laughing and pointing and be like, you're a dumb chump who got scammed out of $12 million. Jason Karamanis is the trustee for the Yaya Legacy Trust. He's one of the earliest investors into Intrepid because he got dollar signs in his eyes that Steven was selling a 1.8-ish billion dollar dream. But you don't talk to people You don't talk to people like that. If you're emotional, like today, I went over to an apartment complex. I'm a disabled veteran ADA Fair Housing Act advocate. They verbally trespassed me from the property. And then they re-engaged with me. I left when they asked me to leave. But then they re-engaged. I was expecting, I thought they were pulling the bullshit where they say you're verbally trespassed from the property, went back inside. I was waiting for the cops to show up. I wanted them to call the cops. I really did. I wanted them to call the cops so that I got a trespass. I'd be like, here you go. Here's my ID. I said, I haven't left the property and come back on. I was waiting for you. They told me law enforcement was on the way. Can I get the P number for the report? Because you trespassed a disabled veteran's advocate. That's no long. I don't give a fuck about the civil liabilities. I give a fuck about the criminal liabilities. Like you're saying to me, like, we don't have to discuss that with you. We have to discuss it with the tenant. Here's the letter from the tenant. The tenant is sitting in the car. You can identify who I am. He's like, can I get a business card? I'm like, no, I don't have one on me. I just flew in from Orlando last night. Then I showed him ID. He's like, can I get a photograph for your ID? Fuck no, you can't get a photograph of my ID. You want to take out a pen and a piece of paper? I'll give you a name and a phone number. Gives me a little tiny Post-it. It's like, these are shitbirds of society. But you're going to say that Steven's mom should have had an abortion? That's using a that's borderline assault. All she has to do in certain states, not in all states, all she has to do is go file a police report about that. That statement makes me fearful for my safety. Ladies and gentlemen, if you get a prosecutor who wants to bite at that, that's assault. Any verbal or written statement, act or action, legal or illegal, that makes somebody fearful for their life. Yeah, thank you for saying that. Birds of a feather flock together. I said this before all this shitstorm exploded. I want to remind everybody, I did 4 videos on this. I got told to go fuck myself. If Steven was getting into bed with MLM people and he got fucked, he deserved to get fucked. Steven deserves to have lost his company. The employees don't deserve to have worked 2 weeks for free. But as you see, from their own, neither Steven nor Jason conduct themselves like adults, never mind professionals in a position of seniority. Right, as I've said, I cuss a lot. I cuss a lot. If I'm in the business world, I don't cuss at all. I have the ability to turn it off. I don't cuss at Disney because there's little kids around. I don't conduct myself when I'm talking to musicians or composers. I don't conduct myself this way. But what does Robert Dawson think? He's gonna, and here's the saddest part, folks. Robert Dawson could ship this pile of shit over to Korea or China and have this cranked out as a game in 3 years. And people will lap it up. You know for a fact, people will buy this game. They will play it. There are still people playing it. There are still people defending Ashes of Creation. If you just had a kid, no matter if your wife is a lot younger than you, go and check if she needs help. Not saying you're bored and she's doing everything. What? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. I have no babies. I have a 13-year-old. People are so desperate for a new MMO, and that's what Steven sold. Steven sold hype. Yeah, Jason wants blockchain in the game. Oh, Jason has a new young wife and a baby, he said. Okay, so now if you just had a kid, no matter if your wife is a lot younger, go check if she needs help. Not say you're bored and she's doing everything because the baby's crying. Got it. Now I get it. Now I understand. Now all of it fits in. But you're mad. Also, when I saw that comment, I was like, what the fuck? And then I saw this comment. And it's like, I just took 110,000 out of my 401k. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got you. we're on the same page now. You took 110,000 out of your 401k. If you're taking money out of your 401k, that's not money that you have to lose. So what are you doing? Steven was taking advantage of a friend of the family who happens to be a complete idiot. Right. As I've said, wealthy people do not automatically equate to smart people. Wealthy people don't need to develop a level of intelligence, a level of resourcefulness, because money opens doors. Well, Zango. Steven was making $450,000 a month on Zango, him and his mom. The brother ends up with all the Ashes of Creation merchandise. What the fuck was that? Like, Steven's, they're gonna look at that and they're gonna say, well, what the fuck is this? Yeah, complete idiot goes to court all the time. You've had 9 different lawsuits. But I saw very quickly people were railing about, oh, Jason got taken advantage of. Jason he's a good guy. No, he's not a fucking good guy. From the limited bits I've seen of him, and remember, I researched Jason Karamanis like 5 months ago. I chose not to go down the rabbit hole, but where were all these people back 5 months ago when I put out that first video? If the investors wanted a window of opportunity to say, now we need to reveal our existence to the world, yeah, it's a bunch of rat fucks trying to outfuck the other rat fuck. Let's look at Steven's lawsuit. Plaintiff Steven Sharif, an individual Sharif or plaintiff on behalf of himself and this. Okay, so first of all, I want to say something, and this, I don't know if anybody else talked about this. Why is this not a John Moore and Steven Sharif? There's something wrong. Jason bragged about being on top of every pyramid he could find during the Nefas interview. Well, yeah, that lets you know everything you need to know about him. If you're sitting on the top of pyramid schemes, you're a piece of shit. Okay, before I go into this interview, let me remind people. You got MLMs. And MLMs can be bad, or MLMs can be good. If in an MLM, you stopped doing recruitment and you're out of business, then your MLM is bad. If your MLM is based on a product and you did 0 recruitment, but the business stayed in business, then the MLM is okay. For example, one of my adopted take-in fosters sells Scentsy candles. Scentsy candles is an MLM basis. However, you don't have to recruit to get paid. You can simply sell candles. And she does. She augments her staff sergeant pay with candles. I think she's a tech now. Pyramid schemes are 100% bad. Always bad. Pyramid schemes are always bad. Because pyramid schemes, I think it's the 7th or the 9th level of a pyramid scheme requires more people on Earth than there are people on Earth. By the time you factor that out. If you're boasting about being on top of the pyramids, he quite literally said he's on top of pyramids, but he said, I only say that because I don't feel like explaining to people what I do in the MLM world. What he does in the MLM world is he loans people money to get started, and then he sues them when their MLMs don't work out. And there's a number of lawsuits. A number of lawsuits. Where are they? The Yaya Legacy Trust, or Yaya Holdings versus Patrick Murphy. Yaya Holdings versus Susan Barlin. Yaya Holdings versus Aaron Parker. Yaya Holdings versus VJ Construction. Yaya Holdings versus My Daily Choice Incorporated. Jason Karamanis versus Daniel Garth. Karamanis is trustee of the Yaya Legacy Trust in Superior Court proceedings. Abeltine versus Janice, which involves Jason Karamanis. Like, dude, your name is everywhere in lawsuits. I think it's hilarious because Steven made his bed. He invited a bunch of shitty people into that bed. Then he got his bed all shitty. So Steven gets upset and takes a huge jump on the bed and leaves. Now he's mad people made him shit his own bed. Fuck off, Steven. You're covered in shit here too. If the MLM doesn't work, how do you recoup? You sue them personally. Which is why I said you never take loans on two sides of the veil. You either take a business loan or you take a personal loan. And you should never take a personal loan for your business unless you're 100% certain it's going to work out. When someone says, I don't want to explain something, I'll just call it a pyramid scheme, usually tells me they are exactly that. I just explained MLMs and pyramid schemes in less than 90 seconds. And the only difference between a pyramid scheme and an MLM is, are you talking about a product or recruitment? That's it. He couldn't do that. If he can't explain it simply, he doesn't explain it. He doesn't understand it thoroughly. It's that simple. Plaintiff Steven Sharif, on behalf of myself and separately on behalf of all other shareholders of Intrepid Studios. Okay. I don't know what LegalZoom.com lawyer put this together, but and separately on behalf of all other shareholders, but these are the shareholders. And he doesn't, you notice he doesn't list Karamanison here. So this is already, yeah, why is Jason not a defendant here? Is Jason on Steven's side? I don't think Jason is on Steven's side, considering Jason just told his mom that he should have been aborted. The lawsuit seeks to stop Intrepid's rogue board of directors from intentionally destroying the company, including through layoffs of nearly its entire workforce. They did a complete layoff. So right here, look, Kitten, I know I was gone for 5 days. Don't bite my feet. So did you lay off everybody or not lay off everybody? Because I was pretty certain that you laid off everybody. So which one is it? Through manufactured crises and through bad faith foreclosures on secured loans. I'm gonna stop right here. There's no such thing as a bad faith foreclosure on a secured loan. Let me clarify this for people. A loan has terms, okay? And as I showed in the hidden investor video, the terms are, you pay me back by this date or you owe me this much equity. I can't act, I mean, I can certainly call you up and ask you for it. Like, you loan me $1 million and I'm going to pay you back $250,000 plus 50,000 on April 1st, August 1st, December 1st. You can call me and say, hey, Jay, is there any way you can spot me back $250,000 early? And I can say, well, if I spot you back $250,000 early, I'm not paying you the $50,000, and we can agree to that. But if you call me back and say, hey, I need $250,000 back, I'll say, well, you'll get that on the next interval date. Well, I need it now. Well, tough shit. That's like, again, the courtroom is where you go to resolve things because ultimately one side of the equation has said tough shit. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just the way of them. It's just the nature of it. A contract is a contract, and you need Solomon to enforce it. That's all a magistrate is. If your lawsuit is written piss poorly, your loans are written piss poorly, then you're not gonna be able to force anybody to do anything. Manufactured crises. I'm interested to see if they detail out what these manufactured crises are. The board defendants intentionally sabotaged Intrepid to steal its assets, including its most valuable assets, its intellectual property and trade secrets. Look, motherfucker, just because, Steven, you weren't smart enough 10 years ago, like you weren't the smartest guy in the room. How would I have done this? I would have done this completely differently. If I was Steven, if he had talked to me, and actually years ago when we were friendly, if he had brought me in when I offered to go work for him, like, hey man, I'm a CPI guy. I'll come and set up your pipelines. Just deal me in. Here's where you should have had Intrepid Studios. And down here, Steven should have created Sharif Lore LLC. And the game design document, name it Sharif Game Design Document. Name it something, but separate from Intrepid Studios. All of the decisions for the game design document, the lore, the setting, the races, all the Pathfinder shit should have been run out of that. And then that should have been a lease to Intrepid Studios to build a video game around that. Because remember, if you remember, where the fuck's the Pathfinder book that we were supposed to get years ago? If you had put Sharif Lore LLC and kept all the lore in there, then from that, you could have done the Pathfinder book and licensed it over. You could have licensed the video game lore for 1 quarter at a time for $1. Right? And then you as the CEO just keep continuously renewing the lore. And this is legal. So then you lose control of your studio. You lose control of this. That's fine. Assuming Steven hadn't done any of these other 900 things, then you just turn around and say, well, fine, guys. The new licensing agreement is $1 million a quarter. Well, we're not going to pay that. Well, then I'm sorry, you have a video game that you can't publish because you no longer have a licensing agreement to use any of my lore creations. And that's it. That's like, you as Bethany Dutton always says, you should there's a rattlesnake in every deal. You just need to know if it's going to bite you. That intellectual property was developed under the leadership of Planet Steven Sharif, a shareholder in Intrepid, its visionary founder and creator of the MMORPG Ashes of Creation. Well, first of all, I don't know what Temu lawyer you got. But now that we fix the sentence to be written legally, and if it says there's no way in the world Steven is still in the country. No, Steven's still in the country. The intellectual property was developed under the leadership of plaintiff Steven Sharif. Well, you don't say plaintiff Steven Sharif. You say plaintiff or Sharif. Fucking clowns. That intellectual property was developed under the leadership of plaintiff creator of the MMORPG. But he's not the creator of the MMORPG. And this is where his lawyer has done him a major disservice. Plaintiff has dedicated more than a decade to develop... Okay, that intellectual property was developed under the leadership of Steven Sharif while you were drawing a paycheck, which means you've already been paid for your work. You've been paid for your work. Plaintiff has dedicated more than a decade to developing Ashes of Creation, including its world, lore, game system, software architecture, and proprietary development tools. No, you haven't. Yeah, Intrepid Studios is the creator of Ashes of Creation. Steven is... I swear to God, man, sometimes lawyers just file shit. Is Steven going to be able to walk anybody through... walk anybody through the software architecture, the proprietary development tools? The gaming community has been anxiously anticipating the full release of Ashes of Creation for years. Completely irrelevant to your lawsuit. Defendants well understood that success or failure of Ashes of Creation would be exceedingly public and personal to plaintiff. Take those out, and you're actually in good shape. They also understood that its success would be exceedingly profitable. Oh, what? Yeah, you sent in a bug report. You're a creator of Ashes of Creation. The board defendants. Okay. How the fuck did you write this? Okay. Your lawyer sucks ass. Defendants took steps to ensure they alone profited from the success at the expense of plaintiff, derivative plaintiffs, and Intrepid as a company. No, you dumb fuck. No. Dodge versus Ford, 1917. The only responsibility a company has is to its shareholders. Its shareholders. You are a 4.88% shareholder, and when you don't have a majority and you don't have a structured agreement, you can get completely fucked in the ass, and there's nothing you can do about it. Beginning in 2024, defendant Rob Dawson, Intrepid's principal lender, embarked on a campaign to extort control of Intrepid from plaintiff and ultimately to strip Intrepid of its assets, including its groundbreaking intellectual property and trade secrets, for Dawson's own use and financial gain. Okay, guess what? He's the majority shareholder. There's nothing illegal about this. Except Rob Dawson has gone about it in a way that potentially opens him and the other shareholders up to $6.3 million in WARN Act violations. You can't say strip Intrepid of its assets, including groundbreaking intellectual property, because it's his fucking property. When you own the company, as long as you don't do anything illegal, I can redact them too. You just simply, they did so poorly on this. You just simply go over and you open up Notepad. Dawson forced the corporate restructuring in May 2024 that consolidated his power, elected himself. That's all you got to do. This is worse than the Epstein file redactions. Do I think Steven could get hurt because he stole or lost over $100 million of other people's money? Yes. And you're going to see, and even to physically harm plaintiff. I got a question and I asked it on my Discord, and just because I like to be legit. Oh, did he really? The wiki is gone. Lex nuked the wiki. What did I say on my Discord this morning? I want to make sure that I quote myself. Jesus, you fuckers talk on my Discord a lot. So, if you were physically threatened, did you contact the police? If not, why not? What date were you physically threatened? Why did you continue to take more money from this individual? Why did you ever... I took down Ashes 101 a long time ago. Why did you ever sell off more than 50... Why did you ever sell off more than 45% of the company? Steven doesn't know what he's doing in business. You never, ever, 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 ever sell off. Or if you do, you put... No. Nuking the wiki cannot be seen as obstruction or destroying of evidence because the wiki was never managed by Intrepid Studios. The wiki was managed by Lex, and Lex is an Australian citizen, I believe, and his country is going to be like, fuck right off. Like, we need this person to appear in America, and Australia will literally say, fuck right off. We not even getting involved in that. We can certainly deliver the message if you've been unable to deliver the message, but we're not producing one of our own to come to your country. Dawson elected himself to the board and cherry-picked additional board members who would do his bidding. Those board members are defendants Ryan Ogden, who is also duly appointed Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Fett, Aaron Bartels, collectively with Dawson, the board defendants. Okay, well, this lawyer sucks ass. I know you guys are going to be like, I'm just being, I'm arguing semantics. You've been using the term, right? The board defendants. You already defined them up here. So why are you continuing to... Like, your lawyer sucks, Steven. Your lawyer looks like she failed pre-law. Like, every pre-law student basically starts interning as a paralegal. You don't write your brief this way. The board defendants failed to fulfill their fiduciary duties to the company. Instead, they engineered and executed a plan to strip Intrepid of its assets and transfer those assets to a Dawson-created and controlled entity, of which they are also likely members, and to misappropriate and claim ownership over Intrepid's intellectual property, trade secrets, and other assets. Steven, Bubsy, I got really bad news for you. What they did, the concept of what they did was legal. If they had simply paid out the WARN Act, if they had done 60 days notice, if they had given 60 days notice, WARN Act, they wouldn't be facing a $6.3 million personal liability. And then they could do whatever they want. The plan included, among other things, deliberately starving Intrepid of cash to manufacture justification of a foreclosure by TFE, attempting to divert revenues owned to Intrepid to accounts controlled by TFE and Dawson, and attempting to execute a wrongful Article 9 foreclosure in favor of TFE's junior secured lien without notice to senior secured creditors. Okay, so Steven's lawyer is completely wrong on this. If this, and the lawyer has made fundamental mistakes. If this is the legitimate breakdown, then they did not fail to notify senior secured creditors. They failed to notify one junior unsecured creditor. And this is now where I said earlier, this doesn't come into play. This now comes back into play because if Intrepid Creations is still owned, is still owed $14 million. Well, Steven, your buy-in at the table, Bubba, is $0. You're playing on comp chips. You're playing on shares you issued yourself, which you can do. I think the problem here is that, I'm going to jump out here for a second. I think the problem is Steven's got some rich guy syndrome going on. And for years and years and years, I've talked about rich guy syndrome. Steven, just because you have millions of dollars that you got through being a scumbag, selling Zango juice, doesn't make you the smartest guy in the room. And I'm not trying to be... John Moore is not on the list. The problem here is Steven's degree is in philosophy and religious studies. Karamanis claims Steven wanted equity on TFE and Rob only offered him earnouts, then he crashed. Yeah. You always want equity. You want equity. But even so, the way my board is set up, provided I own 1% or more of my company, I am always entitled to a seat on the board of directors. It is written in the shareholder agreement. Okay? It's completely legal. I am always guaranteed a seat on my board in case I ever sell off assets and do whatever. It's the way my old company was set up. I am always afforded a seat on the board. My voting power could never be diluted to less than 10%. And then a whole list of things in the shareholder agreement required a 90% vote. So what it basically meant was all the other people that were involved in the restaurants, the bars, the apartments, the single units that were owned, I never didn't have controlling interest. But if I did lose controlling interest, I only needed to flip one vote. They want to have 10 seats, I get one of 10 seats. They want to have 20 seats, well then I get 2 of 20 and they can have 18. You want to liquidate the company, it requires a 90% vote. I'm also first in line by shareholder agreement. Steven didn't know what the fuck he was doing. John didn't know what the fuck he was doing. They set this up and they lost control of their company. And none of these people did anything evil to Steven. Jason Karamanis, if you notice in the video that I talked about before I found out all the bullshit that he says, all the derogatory shit, the man's not a gentleman. The man's a man. He's a guy. He's a pal. He's a friend. I won't call him a scumbag because that could have some implications, but he certainly swims in the same lakes that scumbags swim in. Does that make him a scumbag? I don't know. Does he get involved in a lot of MLMs? Yeah. Is he involved in a lot of lawsuits? Yeah. If you want to paint him as a scumbag, great. If you don't, great. Is he a victim here? Yeah. But that's karma because you victimized other people. And then the comments he made about Steven's mom. Look, man, let's just get off moms because I just got off yours. We don't need to bring moms into the discussion. He's not even a person I'd want to have a conversation with because I like to begin with the idea that every person I speak to is a gentleman or a lady. But you're not even worth my time to talk to. Oh, but Jay, you could have done an interview with him. I don't want to do a fucking interview with him. Because the moment he said that shit on my show, I would have disconnected the call. Be like, that's not what I represent. Gonna tell somebody that they should have had an abortion? The fuck is wrong with you? Like, dude, and people are saying that, oh, Ashes under Jason Karamanis would be a great game. He wants blockchain. Why isn't he? Everybody should be laughing at him. Like, dude, you got chumped out of $12 million. Robert Dawson, it's pretty clear to me he wanted to strip the assets, which is fine. They're his to strip. Steven hired a Temu.com fucking attorney here. Deliberately starving of Intrepid of cash. No, you mean they just didn't invest any more cash? Defendants' actions also signified to the public a complete collapse of Intrepid, and they triggered severe and intense public scrutiny regarding the apparent failure of the game. Dude, the apparent failure of the game? The game apparently failed years ago. I could totally see someone like Robert Dawson slipping something into one of their deals that made Steven willingly give away power. Right. The way I saw him begging Jason for money in those texts, I think Steven is broke. I think Steven is broke. Defendants intentionally set up plaintiff as the scapegoat to face this backlash alone. Steven, you chicken shit piece of trash. This is where I said Steven is not a leader. Steven ain't even a fucking man. Integrity doesn't mean doing the right thing when nobody is looking. Integrity means saying what is on your mind, stepping into the center of the ring and taking all of the blows, all of the chin shots, all of it, everything. And do you stand up after or do you get knocked down? Whiny little bitch here. Defendants intentionally set me up as the scapegoat. Bitch, you were the CEO. You had no problem continuously telling people, I'm the CEO, I'm the creative director. Including by intentionally filing a false corporate disclosure listing plaintiff as the sole board member and plaintiff's husband, John Moore, as the chief financial officer, even though Ogden was the duly appointed chief financial officer and all of the board defendants were board members. Okay, So, this right here, Bubs, you could have at any time contacted the state and told them that was a false filing. Did you? Did you man the fuck up and do the right thing? That is a strong factual allegation. That is fraud. That is filing a false instrument. It's corporate record fraud, and it's a potential security violation if the investors were involved. And Steven is a shareholder. So you allowed that to be filed. Why? Why? Why did you not immediately, when they filed that on December 25th, why did you not immediately make a statement? I'm not the CEO. They did this for no other reason than to conceal the identities of the board directors and insulate them from public fallout. Steven, you lying piece of shit. You fucking liar. I had already identified that you had investors. You chicken shit coward. I had this story 4 months ago, and I gotta give credit where credit is due. GigaBear had this story 4 months ago. We knew Jason Karamanis owned 9.7% of Intrepid Studios. You fucking liar. We knew the identities of at least one major investor. Since destroying Intrepid, defendants have been actively soliciting buyers for Ashes of Creation, inclusive of Intrepid's intellectual property and trade secrets, in an attempt to salvage their own financial exposure. They have been publicly defaming plaintiff to the gaming community. Really big one here that Steven doesn't get. There is a huge difference between talking shit about a person and telling the truth about a shitty person. Steven, no one's been defaming you. Okay? No one's been defaming you. Defamation at its core, and again, this is where I think Steven needs to recognize he's not the smartest guy in the room. He's not the most educated guy. If Steven and I are in a room together, he's not the smartest guy in the room. He's not the most educated guy in the room. Period. Dot. Unless Steven has gotten a master's degree and 2 other bachelor's degrees, he's not the smartest guy in the room. And his degrees are in, again, I don't want to shit on somebody who went to college. You got a degree in philosophy and religious studies. Great. Where was your philosophical analysis of this? Hey, Karthos, don't they teach logical analysis in philosophy class? Where is the logic of this? Defendant's conduct has harmed the company, and plaintiff imposes a continuing, imminent, and existential threat to the company. Through this action, plaintiff, both individually and on behalf of Intrepid, seeks damages based on defendant's efforts to sabotage Intrepid and its work on one of the most ambitious gaming projects ever developed. Plaintiff also seeks injunctive and equitable relief to remedy harm to Intrepid, derivative plaintiffs' continued efforts. Well, it's their company to destroy, son. It's their company to destroy. You sold it. You spent years growing azaleas and narcissus and roses and clover in your backyard. And I bought the house and I ripped all that shit out. You don't get to come along and say, I destroyed your work. It's my fucking house now. I own it. This court has federal jurisdiction because plaintiff asserts a claim under the Defend Trade Secrets Act codified. Well, yeah, but they're not your trade secrets. They're not your trade secrets. They're the company's. Defendant Robert Dawson has served as Intrepid's chairman of the board since September 2024. So September of 2024, not 2025, 2024. He has Intrepid's majority shareholder, and he is a junior secured lender to Intrepid. Okay. Somebody's going to have to walk me through. Someone's going to have to walk me through. Where the fuck? I have to oh, okay. So okay, sorry. I was wrong on something. Sorry, I'm consulting the big book of answers. Oh, okay. So in this regard, Junior is not the dollar amount. I forgot about that. I apologize. Junior and senior in secured lender is order of priority to be paid back. Just because Robert Dawson has the lion's share of the shareholders, he falls behind the SBA, the state of California, Commerce West Bank, and Jason Karamanis. So Robert Dawson, according to lien order, is 5 of 6. By virtue of his role as Intrepid's chairman of the board, majority shareholder, and junior secured lender, Dawson has purposely availed himself of the benefits and protections of California law, such as conceiving and executing the wrongful foreclosure strategy described herein. So this is where yeah, venue is going to become, that's okay. So the smartest thing that Stevens lawyers did was file in federal court, because federal court has the ability to reach over state lines much easier. Because remember, the federal courts still have jurisdictional areas, but they have the ability to reach over. You have a Delaware corporation, a resident of Florida, a resident of Nevada, and a company in California. But he has purposely availed himself of the benefits and protection of California's laws. This, I think Robert Dawson's filings are going to end up sinking him because of the WARN Act. I think Robert Dawson and his friends are going to end up paying another $6.3 million in penalties, and they'll have to pay all the payroll out of pocket. I could definitely foresee that happening. Now, Steven will be liable for 4.88% of that, but Robert Dawson will, I think Robert Dawson is going to end up paying the lion's share of about $13 million. Well, let me do 800,000 times 7.1 plus 630,000. Yeah, I think Robert Dawson is going to end up paying the lion's share of about $12 million in wages and penalties. Defendant Ryan Ogden has served as Intrepid's chief financial officer and as a board member since August 24th. So I want to show something real quick. This is where Ryan is in a lot of trouble. I don't think Ryan Ogden understands how much trouble he's in. He's the one who signed this document. Will he have to pay the income that Stephen and John were getting if they were part of payroll? No, because, well, John maybe. Stephen, no, because Stephen resigned. You will notice here that John Moore is listed as the chief financial officer. And this document is signed by Ryan Ogden. If Ryan Ogden deliberately misfiled, then he's fucked. The fact that, let me, hold on, before I speak out of turn. Just want to check real quick. I don't want to say anything out of turn. I haven't been home. The fact that they have not updated their statement of information. They are not required by law to update their statement of corporate information. They are not required to. However, there is a thing called staleness. The courts do not like stale documents. The courts prefer. It's going to be a tall order how that he deliberately. Well, the question is you're right. It's going to be a tall order, but if. Okay, so they're saying that Steven didn't execute his duties as the CEO properly. Well, Steven, if he testifies, there's no way Steven can testify to protect himself and John and get his company back. Steven is going to have to make some really hard decisions in what testimony he's willing to give, because like I said, if you're the CEO and something got filed and somebody brought it to your attention and you didn't act, then you're negligent in your duties. Steven, as the CEO, is responsible for the management of the C-suite. If Steven was acting as CFO or CEO, but John Moore was listed as the CFO. And remember, Ryan Ogden is listed as the CFO on a previous document. So they deliberately filed this document in order to take Ryan's name off of it. Ryan did, because Ryan's the one who filed the document. Well, Steven then allowed a document to be stale. But they've alleged, they being Dawson et al., have alleged. I think when I downloaded that, I clicked on something. Or I think when I pulled it over, I think I just clicked on that box. That's a good question, though. Let me check real quick. Let me look at the raw document. I actually don't know. That's the way it shows up as a raw document. That's a good. Actually, you know what? That's a good question. California corporate search. Let me grab that. Let me just see. Rabbit Studios. My computer should know all this by now. I look at this document like every few days. Doom. Yeah, it's the way the PDF is loaded. I just downloaded a clean copy, and that box is just there. It's not expandable. Yeah, there's not. There was a good insight though. The problem is Steven's not going to be able to say, but I did my job. Well, then why'd you allow this filing to go through? Why did you have a stale document? Why did you, if you're the CEO, right? Now, Steven can spin it a lot of ways, but then Ryan Ogden's going to have to testify. If Ryan Ogden has done one thing since he filed that form in December, if John, I don't know if John has resigned or not. I'm assuming he has. I don't know. But if Ryan Ogden has acted as the CFO in the time interval before John departed, then we've got two chefs in the kitchen and two chefs spoil the broth. Yeah, Steven has to accept an inevitable fact. He is under the bus. There is no lawyer in the world who can get Steven out from under the bus. Is it reasonable to have an ignorance defense? This was all less than a month from when that was filed. No, ignorance of your corporate going-ons are never a viable defense. You, unfortunately, C-level officers do not ever have the defense of, but I didn't know. just as I said, the board of directors at a company are legally required to be able to run the company. If you don't have people, like you've got a bunch of non-video game people or non-software people on the board, the courts are going to say, we don't give a shit that your people on the board don't have the skill set. Why didn't you have anybody with that skill set? That's why, for example, Disney has a handful of people on their board. Yeah, it's their job. That's literally their job to know. Disney has a handful of people on the board of directors with specialty sets. Resorts, transportation, park operations. That way, their day-to-day shit. Like Disney could have a wrench thrown, like the C-suite people all die in a plane crash. I wouldn't want that to happen. Josh is amazing. But what they would say is, okay, well, Josh is dead. Who's the board member who's in charge of park operations? Yes. Can you keep the company going? Yes. Because then under that board member, each resort has each theme park has a president. So they've got levels and levels. Will they make a movie about this collapse? I could see a documentary being made about this. By virtue of his role as chief financial officer, Ogden has purposely availed himself of the benefits and protections of California law. Yeah, but he didn't do that. Defendant Teresa Fett has served as the board of directors since August of 2025. She is a debt holder in the company. She resides in Las Vegas, Nevada. Defendant TFE Game Holdings is a Delaware limited liability company that was created and controlled by defendant Dawson. TFE was created by Dawson for the sole purpose of receiving, exploiting, and monetizing the company's trade secrets and intellectual property. Yes. This is where Robert Dawson is completely fucked. The day you created this company, you should have issued a warn notice. Robert Dawson sealed his own fate by creating another company. He should have just kept it as Intrepid Creations. It was a company that had existed since 2022. 22 to 23, 23 to 24, 24 to 25. Was a company that at the time had existed for 3 years. But you deliberately created a company called TFE Games Holdings, and then you transferred your debt to them. Well, oh, thanks. I am back. I had a really good time. TFE had no independent or legitimate purpose apart from the wrongful conduct alleged herein. Except the problem is, Temu lawyer, it's not wrongful conduct. If Robert Dawson owns the majority of Intrepid Studios, he can carve up the body and give away the parts. The only thing he can't do is not pay the debt. He can't transfer assets. What they did with a Chapter 9 sale was move assets with monetary value away from debt. The biggest debt being payroll, Warren Act, and the Content Creator Affiliate Fund. I think that's where all the content creators need to be like, hey, motherfuckers, you owe us money. Before you can move that, you need to pay us out, because you already took all the sales money and now you're trying to take that to a new company. Well, take it, but just pay us. And if the new company doesn't want to honor the referral program, they should just pay out the referrals, pay out the referral money, and then not have a referral program in the new one. At all relevant times, Dawson and the board acted within the scope of their authority at TFC's agents and for TFE benefit, such that their California-based conduct is properly imputed to TFE. No, it's not. It's not that at all. Lots of members of lots of companies sit as board members of lots of companies. Plaintiff brings certain claims derivatively on behalf of Intrepid pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 23.1 to redress injuries suffered and they continue to be suffered by the company. Dude, you're fucked. Your goose is cooked. At all times, the majority of the board comprised the board defendants, each of whom participated in and approved the conduct and conspiracy giving rise to the claims ascertained herein. There was no conspiracy. Sharif is a lifelong gamer. Who gives a shit? In 2025, Sharif co-founded Intrepid Studios alongside his husband John Moore to develop the MMORPG Ashes of Creation. Due to the novelty of Sharif's vision, and despite Sharif's own familiarity with the requirements for developing the game, Sharif surrounded himself with seasoned game developers to help bring his vision. Are you fucking kidding me, you dumbass? Why the motherfuck would you say this? Despite his own familiarity with requirements for developing the game. What familiarity? What did you know? Nothing. Did you hire? Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Wait for it. Karthos knows where I'm about to go. Wait for it. Wait for it. Didn't you specifically say you didn't hire any producers? Because you had been told producers get in the way of the creative process? And that was a mistake? Did you not already admit that you made a critical mistake at the onset of your company? What started as a passion project Temu Lawyer, passion projects have a definition. Soon gained significant traction across the gaming, including award for most anticipated MMO in 2017, 2020, and 2022. Okay, yeah, that is correct. Public excitement about the development of the game was further fueled by Sharif's innovative development approach, in which he fostered an open dialogue. You motherfucker, you had investors that you fucking lied to, and then you lied to the whole community saying you were self-funding this. There were many concrete benefits to this novel development approach. However, an abundance of player feedback contributed to the already iterative and lengthy process that is typical of an He's blaming the players. Prior to the public early access release of the game, Intrepid Studio had been tested with players in 3 separate iterations. Following years of iterative diligence, an early access version of the game was released through Steam, a popular gaming platform. Prior to the execution of Dawson and Board's illicit plan, Ashes of Creation boasted the highly unusual day 30 player retention rate of approximately 76%. $330,000 testers divided by 8. $41,250 lore divided by 3. Which I know is 110,000. Ceiling. 330,000 times 0.76. 250,800. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will say this. This has been my standard. I don't consider myself a subject matter expert, but I think my floor to ceiling ratio is about the best that's ever been decided, because Steam numbers, now of course they will have certain numbers inside of the studio that they can have records for, but I will remind you that Steven Sharif once said that they had 86,000 concurrent logons for APOC, but the game never had more than like 1,500 concurrent players. But we won't go there. Let me rephrase that. He said there were 86,000 unique logons, but they never had more than 1,500 players. So did everybody like play one game and quit? That's not player retention. Why do I divide by 8 and divide by 3? 8. There's 24 hours in a day. We assume that the average play session would be 3 hours, right? 8 slices of the world. you should have had about 41,250 people playing at any given time. I'm not there yet. The bots are a great thing, but I'm not there yet. Number 2, we divide that by 3 for 3 time zones. 110,000. Either any number between 41,000 and 110,000 I would take as valid. You never broke 32,000, bitch. So how do you even the fuck get to this? They boasted the unusually high 30-day player retention rate of 76%. Please call me as a witness. Please fucking call me as a witness. I'll fucking shred your whole argument. Throughout the last decade, Intrepid developed the following intellectual property. Auto trade secrets material. You dumb fuck. Audio and visual effects are not trade secrets. All of the players divided by just the Steam buys. Yeah, what happened to the other 130,000 people that received the game for free? These are not trade secrets. Unless you specifically went through the USPTO and filed trademarks for all of your individual things. Models for characters, monsters, environment, visual effects, text. Dude, bitch, your own fucking employees have said you used Unreal Engine's generator for some of this stuff. You bought the fucking $40,000 tree pack. The company's confidential source code and technical implementation architecture, including server-side node simulation logic that doesn't work, distributed event processing systems that don't work, dynamic resource allocation algorithms that don't work, balancing formulas which don't fucking even balance because your bitch ass can't do math, designs and implementation of server meshing technology that doesn't fucking work, Steven, because Hunter left California to North Carolina and then he said, deuces, I'm going to work at Epic Games. Proprietary player versus player risk reward scaling algorithms. Dude, get the microphone out of your ass. Your entire corruption system is Lineage 2's with your own add-ons that you fucked up. Development tools used in game creation, population tool spawn systems, great. Event tool used to create open world events, wars, and caravan systems. That doesn't fucking work. The trade secret materials are not generally known to the public, and they derive competitive value from the fact they are kept secret from the public. Intrepid has kept trade secret material a secret by subjecting its employees to strict confidentiality and protection of trade secrets obligations in their employment agreements. But I have them. Pursuant to which employees agreed to not publish or disclose any company trade secrets or confidential information. Or the company handbook, which requires employees to safeguard confidential and trade secret information and to access such information only on a need-to-know basis. I just made you spit coffee. Dude, spitters are quitters. Didn't your mama raise you right? You put it in your mouth and you swallow and you don't complain. Intrepid ensured contractors and third-party vendors were routinely required to sign non-disclosure agreements and or were subject to contractual confidential obligations in an effort to maintain the secrecy of the Trade Secrets Manual. Interestingly enough, their NDA sucks ass too. Their NDA, so that you know the flaw in their NDA. Here's Intrepid Studios. And here's me. And anything Intrepid Studios gives me, I must protect by NDA. But anything that Intrepid Studios gives to a person, not an employee, right? Not an employee. And then that person gives it to me, my NDA does not matter because they hadn't given it to me. And by Margaret being a salty bitch and not inviting me to the content creator program, they basically invalidated my NDA because I signed the NDA in order to be invited to the content creator program. The multi-threading engine for Unreal is the only innovation for this game, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's the problem. Their dynamic gridding doesn't work. Intrepid further ensures there were internal access controls limiting those who had access to trade secret materials on a need-to-know basis. Source code repositories were maintained in private, permission-based version control. Who gives a shit? Intrepid was Sharif's passion project. He provided early funding to the company from his personal funds. Okay, this right here is where you know there's some bullshit. Why is there not a dollar amount here? If you put money in, why did you not disclose? Does it matter in the lawsuit if things work or not on the code level? Yes, it absolutely matters. Because you can't say they're stripping my company for proprietary trade secrets, and then Robert Dawson can turn around and say, well, that's great, but none of your stuff equates to a dollar amount worth $99 million. See, you don't know that he misappropriated funds. We've already gone over the other two lawsuits. We know that it has been alleged. No, you don't know that. You don't know that he misappropriated funds. You know he has been accused of misappropriating funds. There is a difference. Remember, in America, you are innocent until proven guilty by a jury of your peers. Just because the other guy says you did it, that's just testimony. The judge, the jury, both the lawyers have to ferret that out. The only person in Robert Dawson's lawsuits that doesn't have to say anything is Steven Sharif, because he is the defendant. He is not required to ever enter any testimony. In fact, in this case, all Steven's lawyers have to do is disprove the factual statements. Using loans and claiming the loan as profit is illegal. You are correct, but you haven't proven that yet. Nobody has proven that yet. It has been alleged. Now, I told you, you weren't here. I've already gone over the other lawsuits. I have already said, if he did that, that is illegal. But there's a big word there. The word is if. Again, just because you have fucking bad accounting practices in your QuickBooks doesn't mean the money actually commingled. There has to be bank account statements that shows the money commingled. If John was commingling money, John is criminally fucked. If Steven was commingling money, Steven is criminally fucked. But it has to be proven. It has to be presented in a logical, methodical manner. You can't just go based on what one guy says. Am I more inclined to believe the guy? Yeah, I'm more inclined to believe Robert Dawson because Robert Dawson is out $60-70 million. However, notice what I'm saying here. Am I more inclined to believe Robert Dawson? Yes, I am. Robert Dawson has never lied to my face. Robert Dawson has never come on my show, lied to my face and my audience's face, and I don't give a shit. I mean, I care if you lie to my face, but I get really pissed when you lie to my small audience, right? Now, Robert Dawson is probably looking down the barrel of about $13 million in adjusted dollars of him and his co-defendants, his co-board members, his co-investors. They violated the WARN Act. They started having Article 9 discussions, and that discussion in and of itself prompts a WARN notice. That WARN notice should have gone out probably in November. If the first time you pick up the phone and talk to an attorney about shuttering your studio or transferring assets, or you don't believe you're viable, yeah, we won't know until discovery, right? We won't know until we see discovery. Who do I think wins? I think everybody loses, and the only people who win in all of this are the lawyers. During this initial phase of the company, its board of directors consisted of Sharif, John Moore, and Thomas Alakazin. The company's sole shareholders were John Moore and Thomas. So this right here, Steven lied because he had a board. He had a board. If they sent out the warrant notices in November, nobody would have bought the game. Right. But I already went through that last week or the week before. There is 29 USC 2102B, the faltering company exception. All of these things are true. All of these things are true. It did involve a plant closure. They were seeking capital of business. They did reasonably believe giving the warrant notice would prevent it from obtaining that business, and the capital or business would have postponed the shutdown. All these are true. But based on Steven's numbers, right? Based on Steven's numbers, they would have had to sell 312,500 copies at full value. Minus Steam, minus Epic's cut, $8.1 million would buy them 10.1 weeks. They could have reasonably said that. But they knew they only sold 200,000 copies, and they sent out an email stating such. So they knew for a fact they had not raised enough money with the initial Steam surge to have 60 days of payroll in-house. They knew that. The moment they could turn around and they could make the argument, we didn't give the warrant notice in November, December because we believed in good faith. We had the faltering company exception. However, warrant requires 60 days notice. They only bought themselves 71 days notice. The court might forgive them 3 or 4 days to convene the shareholders, decide if the company lives or dies, and draft and issue the warrant notice. But the courts are not going to give them all those dates. Additionally, they sold off, they did the sale 2 weeks before they did the warrant notice. The courts are going to look at that and say, that is knowingly and willfully, deciding to not issue the warrant notice. So now the shareholders are potentially personally liable for all of that. Starting in 2017, the company began acquiring debt financing, much of which Sharif and Moore personally guaranteed. In 2020, the company acquired a $6 million loan from Commerce West Bank. The loan carried a maturity term of 5 years, was personally guaranteed by Moore, and was collateralized by all the company's assets, including specifically its intellectual property. Now, this is where the big problem comes in. Robert Dawson was the minority creditor. He was the majority shareholder, and he has moved the intellectual property out of Intrepid Studios into TFE Game Holdings. Although I did see they notified Commerce West Bank, bankruptcy courts and other courts can undo up to 2 years of transactions. So I think the problem is we're looking at more than 2 years of court cases, but their authority starts 2 years when the filing was. A year later, one of the company's existing lenders introduced Sharif and the company to claimed billionaire Robert Dawson. From 2021 to 2025, Dawson continuously extended debt to the company. He was really cooperative and supportive. He held himself out as a confidant. Dawson came up with a multi-level marketing space, and he was not a gamer. When it became clear the project was not going to turn out a quick profit, his behavior turned. Well, of course it would. You had a you brought a billionaire in. They become billionaires. Like if you ever saw that scene, Deepwater Horizon, he's like $170 billion company, you cheap bastards. And the guy says, that's why we're a $176 billion company. Like billionaires don't want to lose money. In late 2022, early 2023, a major video game company developer expressed interest in acquiring Intrepid for hundreds of millions of dollars. Dawson urged Sharif to reject the proposed deal in favor of continuing to develop Intrepid from the ground up. Sharif heeded his advice, rejected the acquisition bid, and acquisition discussion ended in early 2023. I don't believe Steven's view of this. I don't believe this statement for a fucking moment. No, Carthos, I don't see a billionaire not taking hundreds of millions of dollars. The acquisition offer, however, was the turning point. Dawson saw the company had real potential for providing extremely high returns. Dawson began a ruthless campaign for control. From early 2023 through May 24, Dawson repeatedly held Sharif and the board hostage by threatening to withhold financing for employee payroll and health insurance funding days before payroll deadlines, to shut down the company through litigation, and to cause Sharif financial ruin and physical harm. Well then. Dawson demanded a warrant granting him 10% of the company for $10. He demanded zero-cost, non-dilutable equity options in his convertible debt notes. Sharif and then board acquiesced to Dawson's demand because they believed he'd make good on his threats, and refusal would result in the imminent catastrophe for its employees and its company. So, Steven, what you're mad about is Robert Dawson didn't want to be your personal piggy bank anymore. Dawson also required Sharif to involve him in all discussions with company counsel, despite his outsider status, and even falsely represented that he was an agent of the company to retain company counsel. But would this not mean that at that point they should have done the war notice? No. Here's the thing. As long as you have a bona fide source of income, then you do not have to give the war notice. Your bona fide source of income threatening constantly to not pay, then you don't have a bona fide source of income. But if this is true, then this makes... No, a shareholder is not an agent for the company. And this is really important to understand. You can be a shareholder and have no authority at the company, depending on the shareholder agreement. And that is the one thing I think every person who makes content about this right now is waiting for. We need the shareholder agreement. Robert wasn't a board member at this point. The thing is, in California, because every state is different, you can have a board of investors that want weekly phone calls, who aren't directors, who aren't seated directors. Once they're seated directors, they must be listed. Now, this is where that other document I showed, and I didn't have a chance to try to dig this document up before I left for vacation because I don't give that much of a shit about it. Apparently, there is no addendum page to this. Unfortunately, this document in California, other California business people have told me, this document in California only has one director on the front page. There's a separate form you fill out. Well, it's all electronic, but it's called the Statement of Information Corporation -1 Addendum. I've actually found that, so I've been able to independently validate that the Statement of Information Corporation -1 Addendum exists, but I don't think one was filed. Again, that's going to cause problems because this is a lot of he said, she said, and it's going to amount to who kept the better records. As a direct result of this intentional amounting pressure, plaintiff suffered an extreme health crisis, including hypertensive emergency, acute kidney failure, hospitalization, and vision loss from blood pressure complications, including macular edema. Plaintiff suffers long-term impairment from the health issues he experienced in this period. Dawson was privy to plaintiff's health issues at the time. He is well aware of the long-term impacts plaintiff suffered. I'll keep reading. So this right here Ready? Suck it up, bitch. Suck it up, Buttercup. I'm sorry, I have no sympathy for you. I do my show every fucking Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Okay? I have non-diabetic idiopathic small cluster neuropathy. And I don't bitch out and not show up to do my streams. In fact, if you all remember, I said I wasn't streaming today. But because all this stuff happened while I was at Disney, I'm streaming today. I did an 8 o'clock meeting, a 9 o'clock meeting, and I still started. Dawson extracts and reconstitutes the board. By May 2024, Dawson demand. Why can Jay see it? Does Jay have X-ray vision? Yes, Jay has X-ray vision. By May 2024, Dawson demanded a global settlement and restructuring agreement. Under the settlement agreement, the parties resolved any and all disputes or disagreements, including those relating to any actions or governance of the company prior to effective date. Specifically, the parties to the settlement agreement and the company each released each other from a broad array of past claims, whether known or unknown. In connection with the settlement agreement, all holders of debt or security instruments entered into conversion agreements with the company, whereby the principal amounts under such agreements were converted to shares of Class A, B, and C common stock. As a result of these conversions, Dawson became the majority shareholder, holding a total of 4,008.67 shares of Class A, B, and C common stock, approximately 58% of all shares. Dawson also insisted on revising the company's corporate governance documents and shareholder agreements, which he can fucking do because he is the 50% plus one vote shareholder. I don't think the fucking Temu attorney who wrote this or Steven understands. Let's say there was a fucking... Let's say Elon Musk. Let's just make up a fucking off-the-wall hypothetical. Elon Musk goes to Disney World this weekend, and he fucking hates it. And Elon Musk somehow gets my fucking name, right? And he's like, oh, this Jay guy, he loves Disney, but he's a business asshole who knows how to make money. He's not Donald Trump. He knows how to make money. So Elon Musk decides to buy 50% of Disney, plus my 300 shares. We now have controlling vote. That's it, motherfuckers. That's it. Elon calls up Disney and says, I'm calling an emergency meeting of the board. And they're like, well, you need, I wasn't going to stream today and all this shit happened with Ashes. I need an emergency meeting of the board. Well, you need a majority of the shareholders to say that. Well, yeah, I have 50% on the head, and the guy I'm bringing with has a couple of hundred shares, so that gives us it. Elon walks in and he's like, okay, this is the new CEO. He votes proxy with my shares. That's it. That's the end of the fucking discussion. We're done. I'm the CEO now. Now we have to look at the shareholder agreement, and that's it. Can I dilute down votes? Yes or no? Yes. Let's do that shit. Can I remove board members? Can I shrink the board to 3 people? Because it's in Anaheim, California. What can I do? Hey, Disney shareholders out there, I want to hold a vote. I want to shrink down. Hey, guess what? Elon Musk votes 50%. We're shrinking down to a 1-person board. Get fucked. Because we can do that. Steven keeps whining about things like, look, guys, I don't like Robert Dawson. I don't like business people who have fucking folded 15 or 9 companies. You've had 9 companies forcibly closed by the state of Nevada. I don't like you. I don't like you. I think it's bullshit business. I don't think you give a fuck about anybody but your own billionaire ass. That all said, I'm not a hypocrite. I defend his right to do it. His right to do it. Because he can fucking do it. I'm not saying I would do it. I'm not saying it's a good thing to do. If he's getting companies closed, how's he profiting? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he's had 9 9 business entities in the state of Nevada have been forcibly closed. Let me do this real quick. Okay, so I'm not going to show... is there anything I can't show on here? No, I can... what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show the business ID, because I don't think the business ID specifically adds anything to the discussion point. But, and I'll make this a bit bigger. Permanently revoked, dissolved, permanently revoked, revoked, permanently revoked, permanently revoked, permanently revoked, dissolved, permanently revoked, revoked, permanently revoked, permanently revoked. When you're getting companies, well, yeah, the thing is, it's probably a small amount because you can have as many LLCs as you want. In fact, when I teach people that are becoming landlords, you should have one LLC for every single family home you have. You should have one LLC for every multi-family building you have. Right? Because that protects your assets. Did I let that guy with the death threat off with that half-ass apology? Yeah. You know why? Because the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. That guy is going to have to live through his entire fucking life knowing he's a shit father. He heard as much from me. You're a shit father. You have shit takes. Your kids are going to grow up to hate you. Yeah, your LLCs can own LLCs. You should have one top-level holding company, and you should structure that as a C Corp. You have a company underneath that, that's your management company, and it pays out all the taxes, and then you flow money up to the C Corp if you then want to, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go into like, how you move from the C Corp, it makes deposits into a trust. And that's how you start building generational wealth. But your LLCs can own LLCs. And what each LLC does, if you guys aren't familiar with why you should have multiple LLCs, so each one of these houses is nested inside of an LLC. And so I own a bunch of houses on a block. This is 123 Main Street LLC. This is 125 Main Street LLC. Little old lady comes out of her house, falls and breaks her hip, right? Falls and breaks her hip. She can sue me, and the maximum value she can get from me is the house, right? She can't sue me over here because 123 Main Street LLC has nothing to do with 125 Main Street LLC. That's how you properly insulate your assets. You make it so that you understand you could lose everything inside of this toy box. And how do you move the money around? Because you flow it up to the other LLC. And because LLCs can own LLCs, it flows back down. So, after the global settlement and restructuring, Dawson gained both de jure and de facto control of the company's finance and his governance. He was not only the majority shareholder, but he also remained the primary provider of crucial debt financing. No. You do it for apartments too and multi-dwellings. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you do. He was not only the majority shareholder, but he remained the primary provider of crucial debt financing. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He is not obligated by law. Robert Dawson, as individual, is not required by law to continue throwing good money after bad. Again, I'm not this guy's lawyer. I'm not his PR firm, but I will still defend the fact that this is a bullshit statement. He leveraged his newly acquired power over Sharif and the team by continuing to routinely threaten to withhold funds, especially just before bi-weekly payroll deadlines to extract concessions. Based on the threat, he forced Moore to resign from the board and transfer his equity to Sharif. Dawson and his deputies also frequently demanded to harm Sharif and his loved ones physically if he did not comply with his demands. Okay, then why the fuck didn't you report that to the authorities? But here's why I don't feel sorry for Steven in the simple fucking at all. Somebody tried to fuck with Karthos's real life job out of that shit community he built. Somebody made a death threat at the time against my about 9-year-old daughter. Somebody threatened another person, called their job and got them fucked with at their job. Steven, you were the leader of a fucking cesspool. So I don't give a shit that people threaten to do you harm. Now, person to person, I feel bad. You were threatened with harm, right? Person to person. But overall, you reap what you sow. And I want to remind everybody, I offered to go work for Steven to do CPI work, which would have included looking over all processes, procedures, policies, all of that for free. Just give me a place to sleep. Doesn't even need to be a hotel, and food. Just pay my per diem. Basically, when you go TDY in the military, give me a place to put down my head at night. Fucking a laptop would be great if you want to give me a company laptop so all my work stays on it, and fucking feed me. That's it. I don't even eat that much. Okay, that's a lie. Dawson securitizes debt against of all assets and all personal property of the company, including intellectual property, which includes trade secret materials. Okay. No, we didn't. You either had that structured in the loan agreement, and well, Dawson lien filing statement, but that you can file a lien against that, but you still have to, you still have to have that structured in the loan agreement. And again, if Intrepid had been smart, if you took a loan agreement that had security interest in all assets, then again, no, dude, Taco, I don't think you understand. Unreal is just the engine. You build the developers build a lot of things in Unreal that are trade secrets. How you handle server meshing, that would be a trade secret. That would be proprietary because that wouldn't be part natively of the engine. How you do dynamic gridding wouldn't be natively part of the engine. Anything you build is yours. Now, the smarter thing would be to license, if it worked, call up Epic and say, hey, we got this thing we want to show you that we built. And then if Epic thinks it's a good fit for the native the native client, they'll buy it from you. How can client-side stuff like particles be part of trade secrets? They can't. And that's the dumb part. Those aren't trade secrets. Unless you built a proprietary tool, like, for example, let's say their 12-to-1 draw call solution tool actually worked. Then it's not the assets that are the trade secret. It's the tool you built that allows you to reduce packet data size. Yeah, the problem is you're just claiming your assets. No, those aren't assets. If you had been doing it right, you would have had a bunch of your art studio would have been a sub company, and all your assets would have been built in the art studio LLC, and then leased back to the main company. Dawson Lien, lenders that hold senior priority positions are the Small Business Administration, Commerce Bank, whose loan is also collateralized by all assets and personal property. As a majority shareholder, Dawson voted himself and his close business associate Ryan Ogden onto the board of directors. The board appointed Dawson as chairman of the board, Ogden as CFO. Dawson directed Ogden to open new bank accounts for Intrepid at Pathway Bank, which is a bank over which Dawson exercises de facto or de jure control. Sharif ceased to have any access to active company bank accounts, and he was effectively stripped of financial and other authority. That's fine. You are the CEO. You do not need to have direct access to the accounts. That is not your role on the C-suite. That is why 3 corporate positions are required at every corporation. The chief executive, CEO, director, president, whatever term you're using, chief financial officer, and secretary, record keeper, bookkeeper, record custodian, whatever you call it. The CEO does not have to have direct control of the money, but he must have unfettered access to the financial records. So he needs access to the QuickBooks. He doesn't need to have read-write permissions in the QuickBooks, but he needs access. He needs to be able to access this. That is his requirement as a C-suite, the leader of the C-suite. By August, Dawson elected his close associate to the board. Thus, from that time until Sharif's January 18th resignation, the board consisted of Dawson, Ogden, Fett, Bartels, and Sharif. Ogden, Fett, Bartels acted at the behest of Dawson rather than independent board members, and they continually voted in alignment with him. Which doesn't matter, you dumb fuck, because Dawson carried enough shares to vote, and unless your shareholder agreement was a per capita per seat agreement, you were always going to be outvoted 58 to 42. Now, if your shareholder agreement had given one vote to each chair, then it would have been Ogden, Dawson, and Sharif, and he still would have been outvoted 2-1. On October 15, 2025, Sharif notified the board he would take a temporary medical leave related to medical issues. He advised the board he would step back from his role as CEO and board member, but he would continue as able as creative director. So there's your lack of transparent development right there. The board, against Sharif and other senior leadership's advice, directed Intrepid undertake an early access launch of Ashes of Creation in partnership with Steam. Steam is worldwide, according to Trade Secret Matter. Right. Ogden specifically assured Commerce West Bank that the revenue owing to the company from Valve under the revenue sharing agreement related to the Steam Early Access would cover outstanding obligations on the Commerce West Bank loan. Okay, but then you stop telling the story here. Okay, this lawyer sucks. Dawson, TFE, and the board execute a wrongful foreclosure and effort to steal the company's intellectual property. Beginning in 2025, the board defendants also intended to lay off a large proportion of Intrepid workforce without required wages, PTO, and severance because those debts would remain with Intrepid, while bringing a proportion of the employee base over to TFE to finish the development. This right here is where Dawson and all them are screwed. As you can see here, well, no, according your statement was he stepped down. Where the fuck's my dashboard? You said he stepped down as CEO before the statement of information that put John back as CFO. According to Steven, earlier in this document, nope, not that. This was filed fraudulently. He's claiming they deliberately filed this, putting John Moore back as the CFO. TFE is a Delaware limited liability corporation, limited liability company that Robert Dawson created in December of 2025. All the board defendants are likely members of TFE. The board defendants, it doesn't matter. See, this is where, oh yeah, masquerading the truth. The funny part is Steven accused me of masquerading the truth, and then I started doing content, and he never reached out to me. All the board members are likely members of TFE. It doesn't matter. What matters is this piece up here. They intentionally planned to do so without providing the proper and legal required notice to the senior secured lenders so they could transfer company assets to a new company created and controlled by Dawson, which they did. Okay? And now that we have all the pieces, they did do that. Because they claim, and this is where Dawson and them, they're not smart either. You're missing Commerce West Bank, and you're missing the state of California. And I don't know how hard it is for these people to do simple shit. Like, I'm going to show you I can actually, give me 1 second and I can show it here. These fucking people, they're all going to end up, they're all, where they're going to get pissed, where I think Steven's life and health are actually in jeopardy, is because all these people that got involved in this shit are all going to have the one thing that roaches don't like, and that's being exposed when the lights come on. So let me see if this actually works today. The fuck are you? Advanced, status, active, unlapsed. Okay, so they keep talking about majority and minority, like senior and junior. This one was filed on 7/26/2020. So they are the primary person in line. Then Commerce West Bank. And then this tax lien. And then Robert Dawson, and then the Yaya Legacy Trust, and then Karen. Okay, they didn't tell the state of California what they were doing. Now they might claim we weren't telling the state of California what we were doing because their lien doesn't go against all assets. But where the state of California is going to get most righteously pissed off is that you're attempting to bail out on money you owe the great state of California. They're not going to like you for that. They're going to get a little pissed off. Now, it's not a big dollar amount. But they're going to say, what the fuck? We didn't. And the problem is, you didn't notify them. They're further in line than other people you notified. So, if this has been on the books during periods of time where Ryan Ogden was the CFO on paper, Ryan is fucked too. No, Yaya isn't in the first position. I was mistaken. Because there's so many bits and bobs moving with this. Robert Dawson's is 5/13, 2024. Jason Karamanis is through the Yaya Legacy Trust. Well, let me back that up. Ignore Jason, because Jason's it doesn't involve Jason. It involves the Yaya Legacy Trust with Jason Karamanis as trustee. They're fifth in line. And then Karen is sixth in line. Because the UCC1, the lien filing statement, prioritizes you in order, except the federal government. There were multiple Yayas. If I do this... So, here was the first time the Yaya Legacy Trust, but this one is no longer valid. It's lapsed. liens fall off, and this one fell off in January of 2025. So these liens fall off. They're only, I mean, you can renew them, but they fall off. So yeah, Intrepid has a lot of problems, and the truly sad part is I don't think any one of the people at Intrepid have the full story of what the fuck is happening at Intrepid. All of the board defendants are likely members of TFE. That doesn't matter. Like the letter Yaya lawyer wrote Steam. I don't know, just what I read. Yeah, the thing is that you don't have to be first in line to write a letter to somebody holding money. The problem is Valve, no doubt, backed off. Valve probably said, look, fuckwits, we're not paying out anybody. We're going to hold your money in escrow, because now we have Commerce West Bank has reached in and said, that's our money. The Yaya Legacy Trust has reached in and said, that's our money. We're supposed to send this money to Intrepid Studios. We're going to just go ahead and hold on to this money until you all work out. Remember, a third-party vendor can hold your money. And they can say, you know what? Until you all work out what's going on, we're not going to piss anybody off. We're just going to hold your money in escrow. And I would almost bet my mushroom top hat over there that that's in Valve's clause, that if your creditors start contacting us, we're just going to hold your money in escrow. And it works out for Valve, because then Valve says, oh, you guys went insolvent. Now we have the money. Did TFE also not send it to us instead of Intrepid? I have no idea. I doubt Valve said we're waiting for a court order. You usually don't say to anybody we're waiting on a court order, because if the other people withdrew their claims, then Valve wouldn't be like, well, we're still not. If everybody else that was claiming the money withdrew their claims, Valve would have to release the money immediately to Intrepid Studios, which is where the money should have gone anyway, so that the employees could get paid. All the board defendants also intended to lay off a large proportion of the Intrepid workforce without required wages. This is the piece that, no, they did not freeze the funds for player refunds. They can't do that legally. Nobody knew what the reason was, but what happened, we found out since, Valve didn't send the money to Intrepid because too many other people were saying, that's my money. So Valve said, well, a bank is saying it's their money. The Yaya Legacy Trust is claiming that is their money. The Intrepid Studios is claiming that's their money. We're just going to wait. Because remember, Valve can turn around and say, we're not releasing the money for 60 days until refunds are processed. What money did Valve use when they started issuing refunds? They used January 1st through January 31st's income. Because the way it works at Valve, on December 11th, you release the game. Up until the 31st, this is one pool of money. This gets resolved, reconciled, and paid out on the last business day of January. Then you go into January 1st through January 31st. This becomes another pool of money. It gets resolved, reconciled, and paid out on the last business day of February. So you pay February's refunds with January's money. You pay January's refunds with December's money. But of course, since December was their launch month, that was their first month. That's why it gets resolved and reconciled. Now, if they had had more refunds between January 1st and 31st than they had taken in, then they would have told Intrepid, we need to punch into your December earnings because we're refunding more than you've made in January. That's how commissions work as well. It's how tips at restaurants work as well. If you're going to leave your waitress a big tip, leave it in cash. Because if you leave your waitress like a $500 tip, most of the time the restaurant can't pay a $500 credit card tip out that day, and then they're waiting 2 weeks for it to come on their payroll. The agreement was undertaken with the intent that TFE would take purported ownership of all the company's assets, including they keep saying the Trump trade secrets materials, but those are Robert Dawson's materials to take as the majority shareholder. What they're not his to take is to take them before you pay out your WARN money, the 2 weeks of payroll that was already incurred, and other debts. Like, what they're trying to do is they're trying to sneak the IP out the back door while all the creditors are at the front door. Well, you got that lawsuit in New York. You got that lawsuit in California. You can't move the money yet. Beginning in 2025 and in furtherance of their scheme, $2 Temu lawyer. You do not use this word in legal filings. This word has a negative connotation. It should have just been beginning and in furtherance of their plan, alleged plan. The word alleged needed to be there. The board defendants intentionally permitted the company to accrue substantial unpaid obligations to vendors and service providers with the goal of using this debt to improperly declare a default and justify an Article 9 foreclosure on Dawson's junior secured lien. Yes. And this is going to be this Article 9 foreclosure thing that Dawson did is what's going to open him up personally to about $12 million in liability. Although if he's a billionaire, what does he give a shit about 12 million? Prior to the wrongful foreclosure and in furtherance of their underhanded... What the fuck is that word doing there? Dawson directed Ogden as CFO to open bank accounts at Pathway Bank for TFE, the new company Dawson had created to house wrongfully foreclosed upon assets. Prior to the wrongful foreclosure and to further justify declaration of default, Ogden wrongfully directed Valve to divert and deposit funds owed to the company under the partnership with Steam to the new Pathway Bank account for TFE. Valve did not comply. Okay, that right there is all sorts of fuckery. That's fuckery. That money needed to go to Intrepid Studios for them to pay the 2 weeks out of work that the employees did. Plaintiff first objected to the board during the September 15th in-person board meeting. Specifically, he objected to the board causing the company to not pay vendors. Dawson confronted plaintiff in a physically intimidating manner, told him he didn't want any shit, and coerced him to sign between 30 and 40 signature pages, the corresponding agreements for which plaintiff was not permitted to review. Okay, so let me say this right here. Steven, you're a fucking pussy-ass bitch. You'd already been threatened by this guy. You're supposedly a billionaire gamer. Why'd you let yourself get pushed around? Not signing shit. Or why did you not just do the smart thing? Piss the guy off and just start signing. Signed under duress. Signed under duress. Why didn't you sign them and put UD after it? And then why didn't you immediately after being forced to sign all that, go to the fucking police? I was just forced under duress. I don't believe it mainly because if the Commerce Bank loan wasn't paid, Steven would lose his house. Yeah. Isn't all of this just alleged until discovering corroborating evidence? No, these are, that's a great question, Blinky. This is all testimony. This is written testimony because you'll see later on a statement that it's either we've already scrolled past it or it's at the bottom. It should be at the bottom. Steven's going to make a statement that all of his statements are true. He's going to state or affirm that all of his statements are true. Remember, evidence, testimony is just one form of evidence. It's spoken evidence, or in this case, written evidence. This is appropriate though. If anybody, you don't put vulgarity in court filings. If anybody, you always censor in court filings. That is appropriate and proper to do. Again, Steven should have hired me. Well, it's statements under belief, but that is testimony. That is written testimony. Because if Steven drops dead tomorrow, this statement can be introduced. because he dropped dead. That's why there's the section that states you're affirming that it's true. Now it sucks because they'll object that it can't be cross-examined, but it is what it is. But my response is, why didn't Steven hire me then? What, you think I'm gonna let some fucking douchebag push me around? I need to talk to Steven. I only leave the room when Steven tells me to. I'm telling you to get out. I'm telling you to eat a bag of dicks, son. Well, I pay your salary. I don't even take a fucking salary, son. Why you're not throwing me out of the room? On December 30th, in furtherance of the foreclosure scheme, Ogden, at the direction and in concert with other board directors, filed a false California Statement of Information document with California Secretary of State in an effort to conceal the board defendant's identity from the public during the planned foreclosure and attempted revenue diversion scheme. All these people are in fact fucked. All of this, all those people, if there's any documentation that they were serving as members of the board of directors, and Ryan Ogden is obviously on the board of directors, and Ryan Ogden filed a false statement, then we're going to move past civil liability into criminal liability because you lied to the state. So you defrauded the state of California. You defrauded the Secretary of State of the great state of California. Filed this false statement in an effort to direct any public fallout from their conduct. The board defendants did so despite actual knowledge of Sharif's fragile medical condition. Get a fucking spine, bitch. That the gaming community would likely wrongly blame and eviscerate Sharif as the only publicly identified director. Should Intrepid in the Ashes of Creation endeavor fail or be involved in the controversy? Here's the thing, ready? Real fucking talk. Real fucking talk. When I did that hidden investor video, if Steven was a man, if Steven was a man's man, the first thing Steven would have done is messaged me, and he would have said, as of this date and this time, I hereby release you from any and all NDAs. Boom. Please confirm receipt. Receipt confirmed. What's up? And then he would have just started fucking dumping all this shit in my lap. He would have just started dumping all this shit in my lap. Because then I, independently, as a member of the Free Press, could have contacted the Attorney General of the state of California and intervened. In advance of the wrongful foreclosure and in furtherance of the board defendant's scheme. Yeah, whatever. Both can be true if they were acting as a board of TFE and TFE owns Intrepid, then it wouldn't have to be filed with Cali. Yes, it would. It would absolutely have to be filed in California. If you are a member of the board of directors in the state of California and your shareholder agreement does not specifically under 211B allow for only one director, all persons seated and operating as members of the board of directors must be on the corporate filing on the -1 addendum. It is not optional. It is a requirement. The only way that you do not have to list all of your board members is if you have a board of investors, not a seated board of directors. But then in that case, those investors would not have had the voting power that this statement alleges. California does not allow hidden board members. So if you are seated in a chair and on the back of the chair says board of directors, you must be on the -1 addendum. It doesn't matter. It does. Well, first of all, TFE isn't even in Nevada. It's in Delaware. Second of all, I don't give a shit about TFE. If they were operating as Intrepid Studios board of directors members, they must be on the paperwork. Period. Dot. There's no debate. And if you're going to correct me, please do me the favor of actually being correct when you correct me. There's no Nevada, Florida, by the way. Sharif embarked on a campaign to convince the board to abandon its foreclosure scheme. At every board meeting between January 3rd and January 19th resignation, he objected to the board defendant's plan to wrongfully foreclose on Dawson's junior secured loan without notice to senior secured lenders. Well, that's great. You did your job. You were a member of the board with 4.8% of the vote. But the only one saying that is Steven. I don't care. I already went through Dawson's filings. So yes, Dawson has already admitted this stuff. Dawson has already admitted there's a board in his filings. So do me a favor, draw me a dot from A to B directly what your point is. Because you're losing me in the narrative. Dawson has already admitted there's a board. Dawson has already stated Ogden was once CFO. So where's the disconnect? On January 7th, in advance of the wrongful foreclosure and in furtherance of the board defendant's scheme, Dawson changed the secured party on his secured party financial statements from himself to TFE. This right here is what's going to sink Dawson. He specifically created a company other than Intrepid Creations. He would have been better off moving all the shit to Intrepid Creations because it was a company with 3 years of annual filings. During this meeting, Dawson revealed the foreclosure scheme and his intent to wipe the investor and lender table clean because they had secured the necessary capital commitments to make it to the September 2026 launch. Ladies and gentlemen, all they care about is launching the game. That's all they can do, is launch the game to try to recoup money. Sharif blew the whistle on defendants' foreclosure plan to Commerce Bank, who defendants had intentionally failed to notify the foreclosure. Prompted by this information, Commerce Bank issued an event of default letter demanding immediate and full repayment from either the company or the personal guarantor of the loan. This is where John Moore is a fucking idiot. The moment your company had $5 million, or I think it was $5 million, this is a sum. The moment you had $5 million, you should have paid the loan back, cleared your debt table from your personal loan. You should have been making installment payments because John is responsible for the $5 million loan because it's a personal guarantee. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. I don't believe that is true. I am very confused. Oh, that's there. Okay, that's there. I don't have this one redacted, so I can only show a clip of. Oh well. That was a good faith mistake. So you'll notice that John Moore is not listed on this lien statement. So again, I don't know California rules. I think you have to put the lien against both people. So that's if I have time. I've been reading Steven's part for a bit now. I do have to take off here in a few minutes. I have another appointment. On January 16th, Dawson calls Intrepid to declare default on one hand. He caused TFAs to foreclose on the company's assets on the other. Dawson caused TFE to engage in non-judicial disposition in favor instead of a private sale. This is where Dawson is fucked because he's a billionaire who probably thinks that he can do whatever he wants. You cannot from one position benefit yourself from another position at the detriment to other people. If Dawson had cleared all of Intrepid's loans except for his loans, then he could have taken the remaining assets to his new company as fulfillment. If I see Steven say the phrase fucking trade secrets again, I'll probably puke in my soup. I don't have time to go over everything. I want to see their evidence. Do you have any evidence? Did you file anything? Yeah, see. I, Steven Sharif, am the plaintiff in this proceeding. I have reviewed the allegations made to the allegations of which I have personal knowledge, I believe these allegations to be true. This is what I was talking about. Unless Dawson made agreements with other debtors, he can't do that. That you can't. Dawson, you keep inserting Dawson. Dawson can't make agreements that way. He has to make Intrepid Studios has to make those agreements. Dawson acts as Intrepid Studios, but if Steven had to alert Commerce Bank that this was happening, then obviously Dawson hadn't done what he was supposed to do. But this is what I was talking about earlier. This is why it's considered testimony, because I'm the plaintiff in the proceeding. I've reviewed the allegations made. To these allegations of which I have personal knowledge, I believe these allegations are true. That's why you are always going to have this. I'm going to answer that one real quick because it's a common thing with rich people. You said, I can't believe that as a billionaire, he did not even bother to get proper legal advice. He got proper legal advice. The problem is a lot of rich people fall into a flaw of they surround themselves with yes men. And they don't surround themselves with subject matter experts. People don't want to be told no. Good leadership wants to be told no. I want to be told no all the time. One of my jobs, billionaires want to bend the law. One of my jobs in the military for a commander for 2 years, I was known as the yeah but guy. I had 2 yeah buts on any topic in any meeting. I was the only person who had 2 yeah buts. After 2 yeah buts, it was yeah but, and my boss would be like, okay, apparently the captain isn't convinced. Let's stop this discussion here. Let's take it to my office after this meeting. Let's just move on. The reason why is you don't want to be the boss and have facts that aren't coming to you. There's a really great movie, Outbreak, with Dustin Hoffman and Cuba Gooding Jr. and a couple other, Morgan Freeman. There's a really good scene in it where he says, we're not going to have this where some lone anonymous dissenter goes to the press. If there is a dissenter out there, I want them in here. Otherwise, you're all going to be standing shoulder to shoulder with the president. That's what you want. Like, Steven, I'm sorry, but after seeing Robert's 2 lawsuits and Steven's lawsuit, Steven's a whiny bitch who took his ball and went home and doesn't understand the way business works. Yeah, as a boss, you should make decisions based on facts. Josh D'Amaro, he just became CEO of Disney. Let me give you a working example of what a boss looks like. They spent not billions, but they spent $1 billion developing Star Wars Millennium Falcon, Smuggler's Run. And Josh D'Amaro has been CEO for like 2 minutes, right? He was appointed CEO this month. And he turned around and he said, people like Smuggler's Run, but they don't love it. So he has tasked a team of Imagineers to say, appreciate the follow, to say, what can we change to make people love it? Josh D'Amaro came in and he scrapped Villains Land at Disney World, at the Magic Kingdom. He scrapped it. He said, I'm not Bob Iger. I'm not Bob Chapek. You're not building on a budget. You're building. I want bigger. I want better. That's what I want. I want bigger. He literally scrapped 4 years of Imagineering. Now, they haven't started building anything, but he said, stop designing on a budget. Look at what Epic Universe did. They spent $1.1 billion on one ride. They're not building to a budget. They're building to make people love it again. Robert Dawson, I promise you, Robert Dawson does not appreciate the Prime sub too. Robert Dawson does not give a shit if you enjoy Ashes. Robert Dawson could fucking care less. Robert Dawson will more than likely raise the dollar amount from $14.99 to $19.99 because he sees how rabid the people on that Ashes of Creation Discord are. How fucking Michael J. Fox style, the American president. They're so thirsty for a new MMO that they'll cross the desert on their hands and knees. And when they get to the Mirage and they find there's no water, they're gonna drink the sand. I promise you. Robert Dawson, Karamanis, Karen, these other people, they don't give a fuck. They don't care about Ashes of Creation the way Steven pretended to. Now, as far as Steven Sharif, fuck him. Fuck him. I want him to go to the top of Fuck Him Mountain and jump right the fuck off. I don't want to see his whiny, pathetic ass and his bullshit fucking legal brief. Dude, even you fucking wrote that shit or had your lawyer write that shit to stroke your ego. You quite literally bullshitted everyone, and you're like, Jalan was masquerading the truth. Fuck you, bro. Fuck you. You weren't even smart enough to protect your own company. You got bullied. He physically intimidated me. That's because you're a fat, lazy bitch who doesn't lift and doesn't work out. You're like 6 foot tall something. Why the fuck did you let your health deteriorate? Because I guarantee I equate somebody walking into where I'm the CEO and demanding I sign 30 to 40 pieces of paper. Fuck you. You're going to have to beat the shit out of me and kill me before I give up my integrity. Fuck you, son. Fuck you. Like, they're defaming me. They're defaming me. Bitch, you defamed me. You said I was masquerading the truth, and you spelt masquerading wrong, you fucking illiterate prick. You stole $12 million of fucking gamer money. Yeah, I'm the jackass. I'm the jackass. Bitch, for room and board, you could have had access to my brain. If you had walked up to me in any of the years that Steven was my friendly online friend, at any point he could have reached out to me and be like, hey, you know you have an NDA, right? Yeah, I have an NDA. You know it's fully enforceable with penalties, right? Yeah, I do. Hey, bro, I'm fucked. What'd you do? Holy shit, look at that. He at any point could have said to me, hey, bro, I'm fucked. And you know what? Because I'm, at heart, I'm a good guy. If he had come to me and said, shouldn't I say stolen allegedly? Allegedly stolen. If he had come to me and said, Jay, I'm fucked. Can I fly down to Orlando or fly to St. Louis? Can we just meet? Because I don't want to put this. I'd be like, yeah, dude, what's up? You can fly me there if it's more convenient. But you're going to whine and bitch that you sold off? And here's the thing, I don't like Robert Dawson, but if Robert Dawson called me up and said, I don't appreciate the shit you said about me, but I understand why you said it about me, is there any plausible path for me to get my money back? I'll be like, yeah, same deal, except you need to pay me, because I don't like you. Because I don't like people like you. But I don't have to like you to take a fucking check from you, because then more PGN music, more charity donations. Is there a way for Ashes of Creation to come to life and be Ashes of Creation? Oh, it's gonna be like the movie The Saint with Val Kilmer. You gotta have 3 miracles now. Steven's relevant. Steven needs to do this. What Steven needs to do is go the fuck away and never try to set up another white order, another gaming organization. Steven just needs to realize if his health is as bad as his health supposedly is, then read a fucking book, take a walk on a beach, look at a beautiful sunset, enjoy a nice meal with your husband. Because from the sound of it, you're one fucking step into the grave already, son. So why don't you fucking enjoy what you have? Right? Why don't you enjoy what you have? Why don't you go to fucking Disney World? Why don't you go to Universal Studios? Why don't you do whatever the fuck it is you love? But you're done. You're fucking done. You've brought your brother into this shit with 310 Nutrition. I don't agree that anybody should ever be physically compelled Would you have forgiven Steven if he came clean about this on January when they allegedly forced him to sign all this stuff? I wouldn't have forgiven Steven, but I would have respected Steven if instead of signing all the documents... Yes, Steven does. I don't know why you're... What are you talking about? Steven doesn't have anything. The fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean Steven doesn't have anything? Where do you come to the idea that Steven doesn't have anything? Steven has millions. Or at least millions have passed through Steven's hands. Steven has millions of dollars. His mother has millions of dollars. His brother has millions of dollars. Like, we know this. What concerns me is why none of that went into the game. But I wouldn't have forgiven Steven if he came clean in January, but I would have respected the shit out of him. Yes, he does, Mega Johnny. Mega Johnny, I don't know where the motherfuck you come to the idea that he doesn't have anything. Have you seen his fucking bank accounts? Because despite what, you know, this shit that you keep correcting me, and I've asked you once politely, if you're gonna correct me, be correct. I know what he made monthly from 2008 or 9 to 2012. Him and his mom, I know what the fuck they made at Zango. I know how much money they made monthly. So how the fuck do you come to the idea? I know the man has had $16.8 million flow through him. I know what contracts John Moore has. So why the fuck do you keep correcting me when you're fucking wrong? It fucking baffles me. They're on a beach probably somewhere with no extradition. Maybe. Anyway, as much as I love arguing with people who want to keep correcting me and just double down on stupid and be wrong, like, I don't know how much he has cash on hand, but $16.8 million minimum passed through him and Sharon's hands. Sharon owns a $1.3 million house down in Nevada. I have the address. Maybe I'll stop by. Right? Maybe I'll roll up and ring the doorbell and say, hi, Sharon. But I got to get out of here. I have an appointment about my back. I will see you guys tomorrow for some video games. I got some contracts I have to do.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale?